Hello. Hello, Vanilla. Hello, Keiko. Hello, Top Noob. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, Sky. Hello, Bethany. Hello, Ryler. Hello, Farita. Okay. Let me make sure I have all my apps started up. Boop, 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 boop. Why'd you take off the ears? I didn't take... I can just put them off and on whenever I want, you know? It's not really like that deep type shit. I can put it on and off whenever I want. Hello, Sassieri. Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Today's Friday, right? Yes. Hello, Calmedian. Happy Friday, everyone. Hello, Nikki. I'm so excited to be here. Hell yeah. Let me get my energy drink. Actually, first, let me take my vitamins. Vitamins important to start the day. What are you gonna play? Probably scary games again, just like every day. The spooky games. Hello, Onyx. I'm okay. Hello, Hollywood. Hello, Killua. Hello, Coda. Hello, Smiley. Hello, Winged. That was good. Can I ask you something? That's already asking me something. You sussy baka. Hello, Nyx. Hello, Sea Dust. Love a good spooky game. Me too. Hello, Fear High. Hello, Valeria. Hello, Sky. Hello, Leo. Hello, Lauren. Hello, NSC. Wait, I gotta... Crawling in my... I actually don't feel like listening to this right now. Ooh, this is a good song. I'm your biggest fan. Whoa, how tall are you? What, like 7 feet tall? Damn. Hello, Snowy. Hello, Jasmine. Hello, Top Noob. Hello, Yukiko. Hello, Cookie. Hello, Eclipse. Hello, Spider Girl. Simping over pixels is crazy. I just don't believe you. There's no way you haven't gooned to like anime shit, bro. People simp over pixels all the time, bro. I just don't believe you. Hello, Coastal Clouds. Simping over pixels is like more common than simping over real people, bro. It's not crazy at all. It's very normal. Oh, simp over Sebastian from Stardew Valley. Damn. Hello, VG Mark. Hello, Ruby. I'm here for the first time and I saw him on Insta for some reason. So I checked what he's up to. I ain't simping or anything. Alright, chill out, bro. Damn. What's with you and simping? Damn. What is bro yapping about? Yapatron 10,000. Let people simp, bro. I guarantee I'm willing to bet money that this person is goon to like anime titties or something, bro. Leave him alone. Chill out. I haven't goofed to any, but I love Kamiyama. I simp over Jinwoo from Solo Leveling. Yeah, you and everyone else on the planet. Actually, I don't know. Oh, it's good. Cotton candy, baby. Hello, SENZ'S Lover-chan.
Nothing here.
Man, I don't even watch anime. That's weird, man. Most of the planet watches out anime, bro. You're missing out, lil' bro. I feel like most of the planet watches anime. Celebrities watch it. Sports stars watch it. Charlie, thank you so much for the heart me. What kind of an energy drink you got? I finished my backlog of energy drinks, so I'm drinking my favorite, which is the Alani Cotton Candy. Tastes very good. Thanks for the lurk, SKZ. What's your favorite anime? I don't really have a single favorite, but I really like JoJo's, I like Mashal, I like Dr. Stone, I like Death Note. I like a lot of anime. I don't really have a favorite anything, really. It's hard for me to have favorites. I like I'm low-key drinking water right now. How do you how do you low-key drink something? Doesn't that just mean you're drinking it? Your voice is very soothing. Thank you, Keiko. Guys, I'm low-key breathing right now. Low-genuinely, bro. Guys, I'm low-key breathing right now. Hello, Mrs. Baum. Thank you. What app do you use? I made a video on YouTube. Go check it out. Thank you, Sunny. Hello, Elio. How do you get the animations? I made a video on it. Check out the channel. Hello, Forsaken. Guys, I'm low-key blinking right now. Yeah, true. Guys, we are all low-key breathing right now. Low-genuinely. How are you feeling? I'm good. How are you? Hello, Tico. Hello, Lee. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, Knackful. Why'd you say that? Now I'm manually breathing? Oh, my fault. I once got drunk on paint thinner. Happy for you, bro. Hello, Zeltiro. English, please. No speak whatever language that is. Wow. I've fallen asleep multiple times during his late night streams. It's a calming vibe, to be honest. I'm still kind of new, but what days do you go live? I go live every day except usually Mondays and Tuesdays I take off. Just because I need a rest day, you know? But I try to go live most days. But yeah, usually Monday and Tuesday I will take off at the most. Thank you for the information. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. What did you guys do today? Any fun Friday stories? Anyone get anything cool or do anything cool? Help me out here. I don't know what to talk about. Hello, Big C. People really just be saying stuff sometimes. That's what I'm saying, bro. Some people just be saying things. Some people just be saying stuff. Hello, Naomi. Failed my science quiz at school. Oh, girl. I went to the hospital to see what sickness I have. Well, I hope that you are feeling okay. Do Astri, please. What? What does that mean? I made new friends. That is cool. Yeah. Making new friends is definitely something to be happy about. Hello, Jimbo. Welcome back. It was my birthday. Is your birthday today? Happy birthday. My hair dye finally arrived. Dyeing it black and neon green. Dude, black and neon green is like the like old emo stuff. You remember those like old videos of like emos at raves? They always had like black and neon green. I just arrived at Japan. Emma, you're in Japan and scrolling YouTube shorts? Girl, what are you doing? Get off, go enjoy Japan. Scene girls? Yeah. What are you doing on your phone in Japan? My two friends fought today because one of them stole each other's boyfriend. Oh, jeez. That is a whole thing. I have exams next week. Oh, well, I hope you study for them. Or at least you're good at them. Hello, I meant do ASMR. Oh. Well, not now. I have an ASMR channel if you want to go look at that. Played Roblox half of the day and finished one drawing. Sounds like one good half of a day. Not the Roblox half, the drawing half. Seeing girls, yeah. A dancer I know is going to dance at the Olympic Winter Games. Oh. I also touched grass. Ooh. Okay. I thought about doing purple with red ends. That sounds cool. Hello, Canadian. I take classes with them. Hi, am I late? No, you're here. Good time, Ray. Stream's only been live for 15 minutes. Green is one of my favorite colors right now, so I wanted to try it. Oh, heck yeah. Hello, Rallin. Not really. I saw my family off to train. They're going back to the original hometown, and here I am alone in an apartment. Well, at least you're here, Alexia, right? Hello, Lynn. Good morning. Hello, Kirby Yuzu. Welcome. Hello, Grim. Hey, SENZ'S, if you bark, I'll buy you a femboy. I'm good. Thanks. I don't need nobody to buy me that. I could get one myself if I wanted to. I got back with my ex. All right, well, you're cooked. That's GG for you. I'm halfway finished with art I'm doing for an animation. Oh, that's fun, Sachi. You're so nice, SENZ'S. I can be. I can also be very mean and evil. Are there any video games that you find fun? I like horror games, Farita. I love horror games. You're clearly broke. I mean, you're not wrong, but at least I know how to spell your correctly. Bro said your. I have exams next week. Good luck on your exams. It looks like a lot of people know how to spell your. Lately, I've been traveling since 2023, 2 years in total, not counting this year, because my family owns an O/O trucking business, and I tag along from the West Coast to Southeast long haul. That's interesting. Hello, Midnight. Bro, my top 10 pet peeves is people who don't know, use the wrong your, too. I'm going to be honest. The second I see someone use the wrong your and your, I usually like mentally check them off as like cooked. like that's like the most basic English. Unless you're like not from America. Like if you're from another country, obviously who cares, right? Like it's not your first language, who gives a fuck? But like if you're like an American person who's raised here and English is your only language and you don't know the difference between your and you're cooked. Mean and evil half the time. Must have a great personality too. Sometimes. I failed my exams. Oh no. Can you retake them? My parents came to visit, so I spent half the day with them. That's cute. Hello, Sarah. Is that an app for traveling? I don't know. They may have misclicked. I usually don't get it wrong because I'm really used to follow grammar rules, even though I'm not a native speaker. Hello, Vixen. What do you mean you have ASMR channel? What do you mean? What do I mean? I feel like that's pretty clear, no? I have an ASMR YouTube channel. So on YouTube, I have an ASMR channel. It's called SENZ'S ASMR. And then I also have Sussy ASMR on Patreon. I correct my gamer in arguments sometimes to be petty. That's funny. I woke up to a pulled or strained muscle in my back. Oh no. Try and make sure that you're sleeping on correctly. If you sleep in a weird position, it might hurt your back. I'm starting my next semester of college tomorrow. I don't know any of those, Jay Shio. Sorry. What are they? If I don't retake them, or else my parents will beat me to a pulp. You'll be okay. How's your day? It's okay. I pretty much woke up, ate, and then came here. You is me. What? I sleep in weird poses. Well, make sure you at least are comfortable in whatever pose you sleep in. How are you, Sens? I'm good, Yuki. How are you? I, I'm gonna be honest. Like for me, like especially if you're like an American person, if you don't know the difference between your and your, that's kind of an ick for me. Intelligence is attractive. And honestly, it's such an easy thing to remember too. It's literally Y-O-U-R or Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Your or you are. It's so easy to remember. If you don't have the brain capacity to know the difference between your and you're like a native English speaker, there genuinely like is something wrong. Like if you don't have the capacity to remember that or you're too lazy, then you're cooked. That is a special type of laziness. That's like beyond laziness. That's just like I don't even know what to call that. I'm not a native speaker. Yeah, see, that's a problem. You know what's really funny? Europeans make fun of Americans. The most common thing that Europeans make fun of Americans for is they'll be like, "Can you point out X country on the map?" Because in America, like nobody in America knows geography. Nobody. The most common thing, like everyone in Europe knows geography. They know like the planet and they know like where countries are and stuff. Nobody in America knows geography. Hello, Errol. I'm so happy right now. That's good. Why are you happy? Hello, Simpson. Being single is great. Yeah, I agree. Ask an American where Chile is. the Dude, you ask an American where Chile is, and they'll be like, "What? You mean the food? Oh, it's at Costco." Yeah, bro. That's at what? That's a Walmart. I just got a boyfriend. Happy for you. I got a question. What's up? How many languages? I speak two and a half. So I speak English, I speak Persian, and I speak basic French. Does American schools not have geography classes? I think American schools do have geography classes, but I don't or well, I don't think they have well, I think college they have like some optional geography classes, but I don't know if they like I think they like very slightly go over geography. They don't really care. I don't think they teach it very often. Um I got Dippin' Dots. Ooh, I love Dippin' Dots. Hello, Rosev. Hello, Cora. Hello, Turnrest. Do you have any piercings? I have ear piercings. I used to have a nose piercing, but I took it out. Education has gotten a lot worse with technology becoming more prevalent. That is true. I have to go. Bye, Jimbo. World Geography was a required course in my high school. Interesting. Uh, I think they teach it only basic geography of their own country, and geography is optional. I think that's how it is in America. Yeah. Thank you for the roses, ratios, and the heart me. Thank you for the gifts. Hello, Declan. Hi, I'm Goob from Dandy's World. What even is Dandy's World? I've heard so much about it. Is it just like a dumb Roblox game? Oh yeah, it's just a stupid Roblox game. Hello, Kokota. In England, geography is a subject that is just as common as math and English. Interesting. It was some Roblox, yeah. As soon as I saw Roblox, I instantly became uninterested. Let's see. When I was in high school, I had to memorize every country and every capital city. Wow. I'm doing my Latin homework right now. Play Minecraft on stream? Maybe someday. I'm not really feeling it right now. No, thank you. But maybe. What color is your eyes? Blue. SENZ'S, you sound tired. Are you okay? Ah, I see, Christian. Sorry, I forgot that some people here are Minecraft YouTuber watchers. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another stream. Today we're gonna be playing Minecraft, Roblox, Five Nights at Freddy's. Is that less tired for you? Is that more what you're used to? Or are you more of a Coco Melon watcher? This is my normal voice, bro. I'm just chill. It's a relaxed voice. Guys, I'm not tired. I'm just relaxed. Can I not be relaxed? I think you're just maybe very, very used to high energy people. And I can be high energy sometimes, but this is my normal voice. I'm okay. Thank you for... It's okay. Don't be sorry. Are you kidding? I am okay. This is my normal voice. This is how I sound like when I'm chilling. Right? If anything, me being energetic is rare. If anything, you should be like, SENZ'S, you have a lot of energy. Are you okay? If I ever have a lot of energy. SENZ'S, you have a lot of energy. Did you like smoke something? No, I don't smoke. I don't smoke anything. Drugs are bad. But yeah, this is my average tone. I'm just normally pretty relaxed. Have you eaten today? Yes, I have. Phaeton, I remember. Hello, Alex. Thank you for the rose, Charlie and Ratio. Hello, Gojo fan William with hot dogs. Goodness. That is an interesting username. I hope you have a good stream. Probably gonna go now. Okay, Christian. Sorry that you have to go. I hope that we see you again soon. What scary games should we play today? Please remember to drink water, eat a snack, and take care of yourself. Nah. I'm actually, just because of that message, I'm gonna starve myself, I'm gonna dehydrate myself, and I'm gonna rot. OMG, I get to have takeout tonight. That's fun. Just kidding, Limp. Thanks for the... I look away for 2 seconds and you're starving yourself? No, I was joking. Obviously I was joking. I was kidding, bro. I love Gojo. My favorite meal is hot dogs. My name IRL is William. Well, I'm happy for you, William. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. How are you? I just had KFC. Ooh. Chicken. Assuming, right? I don't think I've ever heard someone's favorite food be hot dogs, to be honest. That's new for me. That's a new one. Never heard someone be like, hot dogs are my favorite food. For me personally, I mean, I like a good grilled hot dog. I like hot dogs sometimes. I love chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are good, Bingley. I agree. Before I go, I want to apologize. Christian, sweetie, you did not offend me. I was just messing around, okay? It's very surprising to me that sometimes you guys will actually think that I'm offended. After I feel like just watching one stream with me, people should know how much I joke around, no? I feel like I joke around like 90% of the time. How do people take me seriously? Guys, everything I say on stream is all messing around. There's nothing you could say that could offend me. I'm good, user. How are you? I think it's just new viewers. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's because your voice makes you sound serious. Maybe. Well, like I said, that's what I'm saying. Like, anyone who's watched me for more than a day. I guess if you're new, yeah. You sound kinda old. Bro, if I sound old, you must be like 10 years old. Holy moly. Hello, Zero. I don't think people are dumb, Yuki. Dumb is kind of a mean word. I think it's more just like, I think just people maybe don't know how to read me, which is, it's fine. It's kind of common, to be honest. I have to go. Bye. Bye, JCona. See ya. I've literally watched you for a day and I caught on, so your theory is correct so far. Can I call you Daddy Gojo, please? No. No. Because I am not Gojo. Hello, B. I am expanding geography in my high school. I'm in my last year and I have had enough. We're literally learning about different kinds of rocks. That's funny. SENZ'S is a calm person, true. Half the time he's being sarcastic. I don't think he'd ever get mad at any of us for real. I wouldn't. I just genuinely don't think it's possible to make me angry. On stream especially. Because it's like, I don't see any of you in real life. The thing about being a streamer is all you can do is text at me. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I hear you. It's not like I have to deal with you. If someone genuinely annoys me, I would just ban them, you know? I got mistaken for someone's 21-year-old stepson due to my voice. Interesting. Anyone want to do my science homework, please? No, not me. I would probably make you fail, to be honest. Hello, Donna. Actually, wait. You guys literally have like Chat GPT and shit. Can't you just do all your homework really easy with AI? Not that I'm saying you should, but like... SENZ'S seem like the kind of person who you will very clearly know when they're upset. I don't know. People seem to have a... I think people have a hard time reading me, to be honest. SENZ'S, do you have friends? No, 0 friends. I feel like most people have a hard time reading me. I feel like it might be hard to know when I'm actually mad because a lot of people have a really hard time reading me, I would say. I think it's very common, actually. A lot of people will assume that I'm mad at them or something. I think the most common thing people get... I mean, to be honest, people can't even tell. Are you old? Why am I getting asked that today? What the heck? Yes, bro. Obviously I'm old. Obviously I'm like 100 years old, bro. Yeah, 100%. I feel like the people who are asking me if I'm old are probably like 10 or something. If you're a 10-year-old, everyone is old compared to you, bro. You're literally a toddler. Hello, Apri. No, because I have to work out the equation for magnification of an electron microscope and finding the image size versus actual size in like nanometers. Brother, I'm so happy I'm not in school anymore. Holy moly. Hello, alcoves. Welcome. To be honest, I don't even care. I highly doubt there's any 10-year-old here, to be for real. I mean, I would not doubt it, only because some of the questions, especially in the TikTok and YouTube chat, we definitely have some people who are 10-year-olds sometimes, for sure. Because some of the questions we get on those apps are really stupid. Also, like, the question, "Are you old?" is kind of like something a kid would say. I don't think anyone above the age of like 14 would ask another person, "Are you old?" That's such like a toddler coded question, you know? Hello, Alex. First time here. I have an exam tomorrow. Oh no. I hope that you're studying for it, Cerbera. I'm gonna be honest, I never really studied for exams in school. I was just lucky enough to learn in class. I got good grades too. Are you middle-aged? I'm just gonna say yes to anything. I don't really care. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't care if you guys think I am old or young or whatever. All that matters is that I am an adult. And beyond that, it's not really any of your business. I passed my exam today. Nice. I don't study and I still get A's. Lucky you. I've seen your videos and I'm a big fan of you. Thank you, Tamaki. It's not awkward to say at all. It's very nice. What are you drinking? I'm drinking Alani Nu cotton candy flavor. What is this live about? It's about being live. I don't have school is my winter break. Cool. I got cheesecake. Yum, cheesecake is good. You actually sound like you're in your 20s. I agree. The fact that someone said I sounded old is crazy to me. They have to be a toddler because I literally sound like I'm in my 20s, which I am. And I've said many times. Are the ears on your model dog ears or deer ears? Neither, fox ears. How do you notice the most small questions ever? I don't know. I should probably just ignore those questions, to be honest, and let the mods handle it. Because they're kind of just like nothing burgers, you know? What's up here? Ooh. I don't know. Let me just double check something real quick. Thank you, Vicky. Any more information on your new keyboard? Not really. I just have to wait for it to be delivered now. That's all we can really do is just wait for it to be delivered. Although your voice doesn't matter, my neighbor is in his 50s and sounds like a high-pitched like a kid. Damn. I feel like most people start actually sounding like they're older in their like what? 40s? Maybe? Actually, maybe like 50s. Maybe like 50s is when, cuz I know like especially for I don't even know. I think people start sounding older when they're like in their 40s and 50s maybe. Cuz like the way voices work is people will hit puberty and then their voices will gradually usually people hit their like peak voice like maybe 20, 21 maybe or 23, I don't know. Depends on how quickly you hit puberty, but and then and then they and then their voice like stays the same for like the next what, like 10, 20 years or something. I think your voice is the same uh from like 20 to like 40, no? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, my voice literally changed just because I had a surgery. It's funny because before my surgery I sounded even younger. You have a really nice and kind voice. Thank you. That's very sweet. There be high school boys sounding like grown men? Nah. You know what the thing is? People who get deep voices early on, you can still hear that they're like teenagers because their voice cracks and it's like not consistent. Even if you there are many people with deeper voices than me that I can instantly tell they're younger than me. Just cuz like even if someone is like let's say someone hits puberty really early and like they're 14 with a deep voice, you can still tell that they're young because their voices really crack, like it cracks a lot and you can still like hear um you can still hear there's still ways to tell. Humans don't actually stop growing until nearly 30. I thought it was 25. My 13-year-old's deepen within like a week, but the way he talks, you can tell he's a kid. Yeah, usually, even if someone's voice is deep, you can tell if they're a kid because just the way that they talk, and also, hello, Custom Tick. Just the way that they talk, and also like their voices usually still crack, and like, yeah, you can usually tell pretty easily who is. Uh, hello, Gojo, welcome back. Isn't it 25 when you stop growing? Yeah, that's what I said. I'm pretty sure it's 25 when you stop growing. 25 is like the peak of growth as a human, I'm pretty sure. SENZ'S, would you say you reached your peak era? I don't know what you mean by that. No, I have to Google. What do you mean peak era? Peak era of what? He was a skater boy. Bro just asked you if you peaked. I know, right? So you're saying I can still get taller at 23? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure people keep growing until they're 25. I'm like 90% sure you grow consistently until you're 25. Sometimes it is 25, but human brains have been shown to be still developing into early 30s. It's a case-by-case thing. Let me Google this. Until what age does our brains develop? The brain continues to develop and mature until your mid-20s, with the prefrontal cortex responsible for decision-making and impulse control, often the last area to fully form, sometimes extending to around age 25 or even 30, though some studies suggest ongoing refinement up to age 32. Okay, so rare cases, your brain can still be developing, but I'm pretty sure your body is done growing until 25. At what age are our bodies fully developed? Hello, Binbos. Your body's physical development, like height, often finishes in the late teens to early 20s, around 18 to 21. Oh, okay, I see. So the body pretty much is done growing at early 20s, but the brain can grow until you're like 30, maybe. Well, you know how yeah, I mean, some people are just kind of lucky. Some people are like in their 30s and 40s and they still look and sound like they're 20. Some people are freaking lucky, bro. I hope that I still look, cuz right now I look very young, especially when I shave, which I do all the time cuz I hate facial hair on me. I get ID card whenever I buy alcohol. Um but I hope when I hit like 30 and 40, I still look young. As long as I keep up the skincare routine, I should be chilling. Thank you for the rose, Phaeton. My mom is 43 and people mistake her for being 30. That's cute. How old are you? Nanya. Hello, Cherry. You buy alcohol? I mean, not often. I don't really like alcohol, so I don't drink much, but sometimes. Hello, Aaron. I appreciate that, Tamaki. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can be chill. Skincare does very much for the skin. Yeah. What's Nanya? Nanya business? Do you have long hair IRL? I used to have really long hair. I cut it a little bit because I wanted to grow out evenly, but it's still pretty long, yeah. Do you smoke? Absolutely not. No. Fuck no. Smoking is bad, bro. Do you do Korean skincare? Yes. Smoking is bad, brother. I do not recommend smoking. Smoking bad for you. Don't smoke. Smoke bad. I am going to crying. Don't do that. Going to laughing instead. What are we talking about? I don't know. Hello, Solid. I think that like drinking alcohol just like once in a while socially is great. Do that, have fun. But no, drinking and smoking, well, smoking especially, never do that. But drinking is fine. At least cigarettes, I guess like marijuana is okay, but I still wouldn't smoke it. Hello, Liliana. Thank you for the heart puff. It's funny because I was researching, because we were talking about this a couple days ago, how like, I was like, have you guys noticed that nowadays people look a lot younger at older ages than they did a while ago? And it's mostly because back then people smoked, like everyone smoked. Everyone smoked. And smoking makes you look older quicker because it like ruins everything on you. But nowadays, because smoking has become less common and also people do skincare, people look younger, longer. SENZ'S, what's it like being the world's biggest bottom? I don't know. Ask your mother. Actually, let me ask her. Hey, how are you doing down there? Doing good? Yeah? No? Keep it in your mouth. She couldn't answer. Her mouth is full right now. Doot, 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 doot. What's up, Sigma? Hello, Bixie. Again with that joke. Hey, you don't need to fix what isn't broken. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Anya. Welcome. Can you share the drink? No, it's mine. It's mine. Bro, I thought we left the bottom top stuff in 2021. That's what I'm saying, man. The people, there's like a decent group size of people who are trying so hard to like bottom code me or femboy code me, and it's just not gonna work. I don't know when this started or why, but it's not gonna work. You can't force me to be something that I am not. Thank you for the gift, Phaeton. I had surgery. What kind of surgery, okay? What do you think about Arizona? The drink or the state? The drink is okay. The state is okay. I guess it's really hot there. I don't know. Hello, Yasha. I saw Arizona, the drink did a collab with that one kid, the Rizzler or whatever, which is crazy because is he even relevant anymore? Isn't that like their first collab with a person? Maybe not their first, but like. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. Is SENZ'S your real name? Yes, absolutely. My full name, my full legal name is SENZ'S, bro. 100%. Who's the Rizzler? He's some little like kid. He's like some little kid who got like popular for doing like the Riz thing, where you like, it's the Riz face. If you don't know what it is. You expect us to believe that? No! Of course I don't. It's a dumb question. You ever heard the question, ask stupid questions, get stupid answers? Asking me if my real legal name is SENZ'S is a stupid question. For so many reasons. For so many reasons. I could list off 10 reasons why that's a dumb question right now. That has to be the dumbest fucking question I've ever heard. What the hell? Yes, man. Yes. Of course, bro. Of course. Yes. Yes, of course. My full legal name is SENZ'S. Actually, it's both my first name and my last name and my middle name. My first name is SENZ'S. My middle name is SENZ'S. And my last name is SENZ'S. That's the full name. It's SENZ'S. That's my full legal name, bro. 100%. Do. Take your glasses off, bro. No, I don't want to. Who are you to tell me what to do? Freak you, bro. Do what I want. Hello, Rookie. What are the games that I need to make sure I played the games that I bought recently in case I need to refund them? Detective True Virus. Butcher of the North. Did we play that? I think we did. Yeah, I refunded that shit. Detective True Virus. That's what we need to play today. True Virus. True Virus. And then also Detective. SENZ'S, do you think you'll play Freak Circus? What is that? I need to go buy. See ya. Freak Circus. Is that... What the heck is Freak Circus? Can I get your permission for something, SENZ'S? It depends on what it is. Search it up. It's peak. Visual novel? Nope. Don't like visual novels. No, sir. Hello, Rex. Yeah, I searched it up. It is a visual novel. I don't like visual novels. Yet you play Love and Deep Space. Two things. First of all, I haven't played Love and Deep Space in like a year. Okay? Second of all, Love and Deep Space isn't even a visual novel. That's a gacha game. It's not a visual novel at all. What you talking about? Hello, Kenzo. So you played it before? Love and Deep Space? Yeah, I played it on stream. I would say it's a pretty decent gacha game. Hello, Henes. Melly. I would say Love and Deep Space is a pretty decent gacha game, yeah. I played it. Mr. SENZ'S, do you want to watch the moon? Okay. Have you played Ark? You mean Ark Survival Evolved? Hello, Piterel. No hablo español. Hablas inglés, por favor. The only problem is that it takes too much space on mobile. I mean, it's... I just personally prefer Um, I just don't really like visual novels. I don't like reading too much on stream, just because I'm a fast reader, but I prefer reading in my head, and most people when they play a game on stream they have to read it. So if there's too much reading, I don't like it. Also, not a huge fan of visual novels. I prefer to see like animated stuff and interactive games. Visual novels for me are very like visual novels for me are kind of just like lazy. Unless like the writing is insanely good. Like if it's like the best visual novel ever written, then I'd be like, okay, I get it. But if I'm being honest, a lot of visual novels are purely popular just because the characters are hot. Like a lot of visual novels, people only like them because the characters are attractive, because they're simping for the characters. Like I would say a good 50% of visual novels that are popular are only popular because the people are simp over the characters. But yeah, no, I don't really like the visual novels. Didn't you like Raphael? Yeah, I think Raphael's cute, but he's kind of just like the average cute anime guy. There are billions of anime characters that are attractive. I'm just not a very simpy person. I'm just not a very like Delulu person, you know? I don't get Delulu over fictional characters. So, it's hard to keep me on a game. If a game is going to keep me playing it, the game itself has to actually be fun. It can't just be just because the character is hot. So like Genshin, that game is pretty okay, but most people play it because because the characters are hot. Zenless Zone Zero is okay. Honkai Star Rail is okay. But Love and Deep Space, let's be honest with ourselves, people only play it because of the fan service. It's, you know, the like combat is okay, I guess. Story's okay, whatever. But you know, it's wait, you're into dudes? I'm bi or pan. What's a visual novel? Is it like Misfortune? No, I don't think. No, Little Misfortune isn't a visual novel because Little Misfortune actually is like animated and interactive. A visual novel is the things where like the characters just. It's literally just like reading a book, but it's like visual, I guess. I remember me and my sibling play Genshin Impact, but we soon dropped because how much grind is needed. Hi, do you speak Russian? No. English. SENZ'S read yaoi on live and my life is yours. No. What? I'm not gonna get in trouble. That's gonna get me in trouble, bro. I'm not gonna do that. The frick? Are we dead ass? No. Yeah, I'm not gonna read yaoi or yuri or anything like that on stream. Thank you for the rose, Emma. Thank you for the heart me, cat face. Mr. SENZ'S, do you want to eat dinner? No, I ate lunch before I got on stream. I'm good. Thank you. Sigh. See the fact that you just asked me to read Yuri on live, that would get me banned right after asking me to play that like clown visual novel game, tells me two things. Number one, you don't have common sense. Number two, that visual novel game is probably just simp shit. It's probably just fan service. And people are just gooning over the characters. Hello, Candy. Yaoi ain't that sus, I swear. Brother, I know what yaoi is. Why are you trying to tell me what yaoi is not too sus as if I don't know what it is? What games do you like to play? I like to play all sorts of games. I like horror games a lot, though. Not all is sus. Most is, though. Are you bald? No. Do you sell merchandise? Mm-hmm. Hello, local. Yaoi's a big no-no. Yeah, I'm not gonna read smut on stream, bro. I'm gonna get in trouble. Hello? That's crazy. So you guys are on something today, bro. We're getting some weird messages today. Something's wrong around here. The energy is off today. Need to relax. Hello, Midnight. It's not on TikTok, though. I don't like horror games. One time I played one, I fell off my chair. Jesus. It's crazy to me that, like, I mean, I'm pretty desensitized to it, I guess. People like, I guess, like, when I first started horror games, maybe I was that scared, but I wasn't. I don't know. Horror games just don't scare me like they used to be honest. Yeah, horror games don't scare me nearly as much as they used to. But then again, I feel like I've played so many at this point. It would be strange if... I don't know. I wonder if there's anyone like that. That's actually an interesting topic. I wonder, like, is there anyone... Maybe, like... Is there anyone that plays horror games that, like, after a year of only playing, like, mostly horror games, they're still just as scared of them? Is that even possible? Are you gonna play the new Resident Evil? Of course, of course. I think over time people learn not to be afraid. Yeah, but like, let's take someone like, let me give you an example, right? Let's take someone like Markiplier or Jacksepticeye who like play horror games for a living, basically. In their newer videos, hello Sapphire. In their newer videos, Markiplier and like Markiplier still gets scared in his newer videos, but the question, it begs the question, right? Is he actually getting scared or is he being like performative for his viewers, right? Which, by the way, there would be nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that's like bad. But because he's played horror games basically his whole life, right? But he still gets very scared by them. And it's like, I think it depends on the game. Maybe. Because, like, if you're a horror content creator, if you're someone who only plays horror games, right? Do they still all get scared at stuff as much? Because it wouldn't make sense. Like, just like the way humanity works is by Rogue World. Are we just talking for this live stream? No, I'm gonna play a game soon. I'm gonna go now. Bye, comp. The thing is like if someone plays horror games every day all the time, would they not eventually get like a resistance to it? Like, would they not eventually be like, Okay, now that I've played horror games for so long, I kind of am not as scared anymore. Or do people truly, like, is there anyone out there, I guess? I guess the question would be like, or do people become performative over time as a horror creator? I mean, if it's a good enough game, it might still scare them, you know, if it's well made enough. Hello, Elena. Thank you for the gift. Bro, I played horror games and they scared to F out of me regardless. That's fair. Doot, 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 doot. Let's play a game, by the way. I didn't realize we've been talking for like an hour. Doot, 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 doot. Let's play some games. You should play the mirror on Roblox. No, I should play nothing on Roblox. Do 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 do. What? What are this? What is this volume? Look at the volume options. I've never seen this in my life. The heck? Why? Why is the volume options like that? It's like it should be like a bar. Why is it like? That's weird. Okay, well. If you continue, yeah. I mean, we don't have a game. That's strange. The Arrival. I don't know if this game is scary, by the way. To interact, place the pointer over the object. You can interact with a white circle as appear. I recommend you use a notebook to write down what you think is most important. At the end of the game, you will have to answer some questions and it will not be easy. What? Oh, man. I don't want to write stuff down in a notebook. What kind of game is this making me write stuff down? Hell no. How dare they? How dare they threaten me? How dare they threaten me with writing like that? Disgusting. Did you already bail on the game? Yeah. How dare they threaten me with writing? Disgusting. How dare they? How dare they? Wait, have you guys seen this game before? Is it good? Okay, before I commit time to it, I need to know if that game is fun. Okay. Is it a fun game? And a touch of psychological horror. Okay, okay. Wait. I actually didn't mean to quit the whole game. Doot, doot, doot. Calm down before your eyes turn red. You're right, I need to calm down. I'm clearly freaking out. Yeah, you're right. SENZ'S, you will remember me next stream? No, I've already forgotten you. Who are you? Okay. Rent a room. Please tell me this game has voice acting. Listen, if this game doesn't have voice acting, I will refund it so quick you won't even have any idea what happened. You have never seen me refund a game quicker than if this game does not have any voice acting. Rent a room. Do I have to go to the office? Hello? Oh, fuck no. Okay. My throat hurts today, man. I don't wanna... Good evening. Do you have any rooms available? Good evening, sir. Yes, we have a few rooms available. Oh man, why does my throat hurt so much? I would like to stay for the night. How much does it cost? It doesn't have any voice acting. Please. Please. Hello, Masashi. $30 per night, but if you book more than one night, it's $25 per night. That's a nice discount, but I'll only stay for one night, thank you. You don't look well. A rough day? A tiring day. I've been driving for many hours. And what brings you to such a remote place? Hello, Glucose. I'm investigating some disappearances in the area. I've heard something about that. Are you a police officer or a private detective? Maybe that's too many questions. I should be the one asking. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm just very curious. Don't worry, haha. I was joking. I'm a police officer, but for now, you're not a subject. Okay, this music is so bad. Holy. Bro, can you turn off the radio, actually? What is this music? Glad to hear that. Here's your key, room 18. My name is Carmona and my ID number is... Okay. Good day. We need to turn that radio off. Someone needs to shoot that radio. Room 18. SENZ'S, my sister has a crush on you. Cool. Cool. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that. What's your MBTI? I don't remember. I think it was like INFP or ISTP. Is this Detective Rainy Night? Yeah, it is, Cherry. Yeah. Why? Is it good? Yes, this game is good. God damn it. I was hoping you were going to say it's terrible. Then I could refund it. Chat, daddy has to go, sorry. Bro, you ain't no daddy. What the fuck? Cornball. Go see why they are arguing. Oh, okay. Okay. You still can't use the notebook. Why are my fingers broken? I can't use a notebook? Oh, are these two arguing? I'm literally gonna fall asleep. The rain is so relaxing. I'm not gonna lie. I think we need to like. I don't know. I think I should be more strict with what I allow on stream, because some people just be saying the most weird, disrespectful shit to me, and I let it slide. Motherfucker asked me, "Do you goon to people who do voice acting?" What? Like, in what way is that conversation? I think you need more mods, maybe. I mean, we have enough mods. We just have like lenient rules, I guess. I'd say be more strict. Yeah, I think maybe the rules should be a bit more strict or something. Because we allow some annoying people in here. And like, our intentions are good, you know? Like, our intentions are good. We're trying to be like nice and not too... It's kind of hard to like... Listen, my intentions are good. The reason why our rules are kind of lenient is because I want to try and let people like be themselves. But at the same time, I feel like we're we're allowing people to just say like crazy shit, and it just throws off the stream vibes. So I think maybe we should be more strict with what we allow people to say. Being themselves shouldn't involve devaluing me, though. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, I know you're trying to be chill and lenient, but some of the stuff people say in chat is literally sexual harassment. Yeah, you're right. I mean, my intentions are good though, you know, like I'm not trying to like, I just don't want the chat to feel like too restricted because I want people to feel like they can be here, they can come here and like have fun. But at the same time, I feel like with how lenient we are, we're allowing too many fucking, I feel like we're allowing too many people to just be weird and like uncomfortable. So, Michaela, can you let the mods know? I think what we're gonna do is, going forward, let's just try it for a while. Be a bit more strict. Let the other mods know. I think we should keep all the chats a bit more strict. Like don't let people be weird. If you see someone being a weirdo, even if they're not breaking a rule, like time them out for the stream or something, or like a. Again, we usually, I think the best way we can go about it is we don't perma ban people unless they're like breaking, you know, unless they're just here to be mean or whatever. Obviously you ban people who are being like racist or whatever, but if it's someone who's just being annoying, just time them out for the whole stream and hopefully they'll learn. I think humans can learn. It's crazy that we even have to do this. Yeah, I mean, I've been noticing it. The thing is like, yeah, I think like, I think that the best thing for us to do going forward is to, I think the best thing for us to do going forward is to keep chat a bit more strict. Because I feel like we've been allowing people to just be too weird, and there's some people just saying some weird, really weird, uncomfortable stuff. And it like, the thing is I'm okay with, it makes me uncomfortable. I feel like it makes other chatters uncomfortable to talk. And that's really I do not want that. I want everyone to be comfortable in this chat, so yeah. Cause like then I have nothing else to read besides the shitty comments, and then it's like, then I'm making an ass out of myself too, you know? So yeah, just be more strict, I guess. Michaela, just let all the mods know we're gonna be more strict going forward. If you see someone just being weird, even if they're not breaking a rule, time them out for the day. And hopefully they'll learn to be normal and come back and be respectful. Good morning, what's going on? And who the hell are you? My name is Iker. Iker? Iker? How do I say that name? Iker? 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 I'm a police officer. Calm down and tell me what happened. This is crazy. We can't get out of here. There's no way. Iker? What do you mean? Are you not listening to me? You can't go out. The cars don't work. There's no coverage or electricity. This fog won't let you see anything. We are far from any town. What? Sir, I've already told you to calm down. I'm sure we'll get service back soon. It's probably just a network issue. And the cars? Why won't cars work? Me? Salvatore. There has to be an explanation. Just calm down. I'm perfectly calm. Don't tell me what to do. Alright, but I won't repeat myself. Oh man. Chad, I'm kind of scared because like I want to play this game, but I can literally feel my throat hurting as I'm talking. So if this game has a lot of reading, it's really gonna cook me. Should we maybe save this game for another day when my throat's feeling better? I can genuinely feel my throat starting to hurt more and more as I'm talking. I shouldn't be playing a game that requires a ton of reading. I have a cough drop. I can take a cough drop. I have a cough drop. I can take a cough drop to maybe help a bit with it. Go rest? No. I'm not leaving stream. I'm just playing a different game. Save this one. Okay, but this game is good though, right? You said I shouldn't refund it? It's a good game? Okay. Yeah, don't refund? Okay. Okay, let's just play it. You know what's really funny? I say that, but we're probably gonna play another game, a horror game that makes me scream. I have cough drops. I have lemon honey cough drops. These should help, right? Cough drops help with sore throat, yeah? No, we'll play another game. It's fine. I have this game. Chill. Man, you know what game I actually miss? You remember that game we played, the shipping game or whatever? The like Animal Crossing coded one, the like creepy one? That was fun. Let's play this. Bye, Keiko. Hello, Boo Bear. Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm gonna see. Oh. I don't know why cough drops make me sneeze. Oh yeah, but I just want to ask you guys because I do want you to be comfortable. Would you guys be okay if the streams are a bit more strict? I just think maybe we allow too many people to just say whatever they want. I think we're too lenient on allowing people to just say whatever they want, and there's people making you and me uncomfortable. There's just yeah, I don't know. I feel like at some point we need to put our foot down, you know? Wait, this game's music goes hard. 1 second. Hold on, I do. Yo, this music goes hard. Holy. Penny, thank you so much for the sub. Happy 2 months. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just typing something up, and then I will be ready to go. The music is quite nice, actually. SENZ'S, I'm sad. Why is that? Thank you again for the sub, Penny. Okay, I'm here. Beep, beep, boom, beep, boom, boom. Motion blur off because I know some of you guys have motion sickness, so we will turn motion blur off for you. Subtitles on, gameplay. Okay, I have a feeling the game will be kind of loud. However, I'm not gonna worry about it until we get in game. If in the game it's loud, we can tackle it then. But I'm just gonna assume maybe it'll be fine in game. Motion blur kills me for real. That's what I'm saying. Ooh. Voice acting.
What is this place?
Yes! It has voice acting. The graphics do look kind of yummy, huh? It might be a little loud though, maybe? Maybe a little loud? What do you guys think? Maybe like... Hello, Karma.
Am I related to these people? Or are there others living here?
Ooh. Pretty good voice acting, too. Oh my god, look at my feet. They're like moldy and... Okay. What's wrong with my foot? They're like green, almost. So far, graphics are good. Sound design is good. Me too, lol, but I remember this game is good. I think I saw a playthrough of this game, but I don't remember the name. I've never played this and I've never seen it, but if you guys say it's good, I trust you. Low-key, I'm a little scared that our new stream rules are gonna scare people off, and because people think I'm gonna be too strict. But I hope that it'll make you guys more comfortable to talk more often to me. Because I think I worry that whenever you guys see some people say weird stuff in chat, it like scares you from talking because you're like, what the fuck is this like weird child doing here? Even if it isn't a kid, they're acting. I mean, even if it's like that or not, they're still gonna... SENZ'S, you've always been less strict than the other streamers. That is true. I feel like my stream has had the least amount of rules. I feel like I'm the most lenient VTuber, to be honest. I feel like all the other VTubers have like really strict rules, which is good. I get it. No, we're not playing the detective game Altair. This game is called Karma: The Dark World. BB.
I don't remember what happened. Why am I here?
I don't remember what happened. Why am I here? Whoa! Oh, he's kind of cute.
What happened to me? Who am I?
He's a little cute. He's a twink. He looks like you. What? You know what? That's a compliment. That is a compliment. Thank you. Hold the right... What the... What? Huh? What? Do do do. Do 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 do. Hello, Sukuna. Oh, by the way, Michaela, I saw your announcement. It's not only for sexual stuff. We just want to ban people who are, or not ban, but we want to time out people for the whole stream if they're being like weird, like like uncomfortable, weird, overly childish. If that makes sense, I guess. I mean, I guess childish is not the wrong word for it because I'm childish too sometimes, but how do I describe it? I don't even know. Just uncomfortable stuff. I would just say like, if people are being
Is anyone
strange,
there?
like uncomfortable, I guess. Those should take it too far. Yeah. Unsuitable for the environment. Yeah, I guess something like that. Inappropriate.
Welcome, Special Agent. Please have a seat.
Because, like, I don't mind sexual comments as long as it's, like, in the context or, like, what we're talking about. But, like, just randomly, yeah, it's weird. Doot, 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 doot.
Performing visual calibration.
You said special agent? Oh. Special agent. Adjust the gamma so the farthest left image is... Can you guys see the farthest left image? See, brightness is hard for me because my main monitor is brighter than what you see on the stream. Can you see the one all the way to the left or no? You can't. Not really. All I see is a black screen. What? I can see the one on the left, but not really on the right or left. How about this? How about now? Can you see the one all the way on the left, like barely? You should barely be able to see it. That's way too bright. 23 is good. Okay,
Good.
Let's do this. We can probably change it later if it gets too dark.
Please go to the table.
Okay. What do I do now? Audio calibration? What? Whoa.
Performing audio calibration. The brightest galaxy I've ever seen was a diamond shrouded in ghastly dark blue flames. He sank into the dark ocean, invoking an apocalyptic wave.
That's fine.
A reasonable dynamic range.
Spatial calibration?
Please stand at the marked location.
Okay.
Performing spatial calibration.
Huh? Field of view. Ooh. 105, baby.
Excellent. Calibration complete. Good luck on your missions. Please proceed to the transition room.
Missions? What missions? I don't understand.
Guys, Look at the piggies. Do you see the piggies peeking out at the bottom there? Look, look. Do you see the bottom of the screen? Look, the piggies peeking out. You see the piggies peeking out there? This little piggy went to the... What's the nursery rhyme? This little piggy went to the forest. This little piggy went to the store. Girl's got the... Dude, you know what they say about big feet, right? Those are some big-ass feet. I'm not gonna lie. Why are they gray, though? Yeah, see, that's concerning. Seems like bro might need a bath. Hello, Yumiko. Whoa. Dude, look at the lighting in this room. Look at the lighting here. Look, look, look. The graphics look crazy. Whoa.
Hello? Anyone there?
Wow. What? Toesy woesies. Feetsy weetsies. Peepsy peepsies. Ah. Right, I'm reading. Hold on, I'm reading. Hello, Purple Tree. Oh man, my throat is really unhappy today. Are you okay? I'm good. I just have a sore throat from talking and screaming too much over the last couple days. Also, I didn't really take any breaks. Whoa! Oh! Dead people! Are they growing people like plants? Are they growing people? Like plants? Is it like a flower that makes a person? Am I one of them? Hello? He has holes in his arms. Hello? Are you made of me? Are you a plant, man? They're like plant people. What the? What?
Hold on. Because before you come in, toss that useless failure onto the stinking pile of corpses for me, will you? Yeah, I'm busy working on something more important.
This guy's like a plant person. He has no genitals. He's like a plant guy.
But keep it down. I'm reporting.
Find her. I am unimportant. You have to put an end to this.
I just woke up in the room over there.
Ah, looks like you're finally awake.
Do you know what this place is?
Yes, of course.
And those
Thing is,
twisted
we
things
don't
outside.
have the time for an explanation. Have a seat on that chair for
It
now.
kind of reminded me of
Working
Trigon.
on something else.
What?
most important part is you have to get out. No. We all have to get out of this place.
Wait. Who are you? What are you doing to me? Why can't I recall anything?
You don't know who I am? Mother didn't tell you?
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Who the hell is Mother? I swear to you, I don't know a thing about you.
Well, that's impossible. For half my life, I have been serving her. One after another. You have never succeeded. None of you have. I put in so much effort to leave messages on the other side, yet none of you seem to care about them.
Hey, listen. This might be a misunderstanding. There are things I can't call to mind. I arrived here by accident. I can't be one of those people you speak of,
Only
right?
people can pass through the abyss. I cannot. I am trapped here forever. My memories. Wait,
What's happening?
you're saying you lost your memories?
Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. I woke up in a room, passed through calibration, and ended up here.
You do seem different from them. Those useless people out there. All they care about is doing their jobs. Perhaps, I'm saying, perhaps you may succeed. If you wish to retrieve your memories, this thing can help you. No, you won't be lost forever like them. They're failures.
Finding my memories. No, I think you've got the wrong person. I've explained it so many times. I did lose my memories, but I'm not one of those people you speak of.
Listen, Abba. I don't know how you ended up here, nor do I care. But you got here, and that means it's your mission. You must find your true memories.
You're insane! What are you doing? Hey!
You'll meet me
Look at
again
me!
on the other side.
Other side of
In a
what?
different form. Good luck, Daniel.
Daniel.
Where the hell am I? Why is everything so surreal?
What the frick? I still got my dogs out. Whoa. These Titans. Eh? Oh,
Before I got here, that man said, I can find my memories with this?
a classic tape recorder.
Damn it. Am I awake? Or did I never wake up?
March 25th, 1968. I was brought here. I recognized their outfits. They took my sister too.
Am I me, but as a
I've
kid?
never seen her again since that day. Can I still return? To see my parents again?
What?
Welcome. I am Mother. Next, we will use a series of images to show you the nation in which you reside and your future. Before we arrived, your nation was ravaged by a terrible war. People lived their lives in perpetual fear. When the Leviathan Corporation came, everything changed. We brought hope. And now, each new blood is required to serve the company. The company shall grant you your duties and guide you forward. Pain and hunger cease to exist. The gates to utopia shall always be open to those who serve.
8490. Your newborn social ID is 8490. You were born into an ordinary family. Your father was an outstanding scientist. Your mother was his assistant. They made considerable contributions to the company through their research. The company grants every new person who descends into this world a unique number. Each person receives their citizenship at the age of 14. We will now conduct some basic tests. Once completed, we will formulate your future path. Now, please try to push the blocks over without touching them.
Push the blocks over without touching them? Do we have telekinesis?
Very well. Seemingly ineffective. Please try to see the images on the backs of the 3 cards on the table to your left.
So we have powers?
I don't know.
Understood. Please look to your front. Please indicate the viewpoints that you think are wrong.
The viewpoints that you think are wrong? I don't think any of them are wrong. Hello, cool girl. One is smiling and then one just looks sad, I guess? I guess the one that's frowning is bad.
Left.
The one that's wrong. Is he pointing or using a middle finger? One is a potato and a tomato, and then one's a cookie. I guess the cookie is wrong? I don't know.
Right.
Flower or gun? Okay, well, gun.
Left.
One is scientists, one is dresses. I guess they said everyone here scientist, right? So
Left.
one is scientists, and then one is a family. I mean, it seemed like they wanted everyone to be scientists here, no? So...
Left.
Corporation. Okay, well, the Leviathan Corporation we don't want to say is bad,
Right.
so...
Good. You have passed the test. Now, please sign your name on this contract.
The Thought Bureau's missions are always confidential. Handlers and operators maintain a neutral relationship with one another. The more they know, the more dangerous it is. In the operations, everyone can be the hunter and the hunted. Nightcrawlers. That's what the people in the city call us. The Thought Bureau describes my duty as roam. Compared to the number of midnight operations, we spend most of our time in other people's brains, listening to what you hear and watching what you see. I don't know how long it's been since I last returned home. Where even is my home? All I remember is ever since Leviathan told
Yes,
me
sir,
that my
bro.
mother had passed away, I've devoted all my effort and time to my work. I guess, if she was still alive, she'd hate my job. I'm sure she'd say, once you start working for them, you'll become less and less of a good person. I'm thinking, maybe it isn't the job that changed me. Maybe this is just how I've always been. April 30th, 1976. It's the 4th year since I joined Leviathan's Thought Bureau. It's taken me 8 whole years to finally discover who I am.
Whoa. Cool intro. It's like a movie. Act 1, Part 1, Whirlpool. What? That was the prologue.
Welcome. Welcome.
I'm Daniel McGovern, a roam agent from the Thought Bureau. My company ID is 8490.
Rome, huh? I'm Fred Ebbett, the current chief of this facility. Welcome to the Winston Research Institute. It's a back door, to be precise. I often hear that you people don't talk a lot. I thought this was just an ordinary theft. I never imagined a case like this would trouble a Rome agent. Looks like there's more to it. You see, as a level B citizen, I'm familiar with your rules.
Okay, number.
Outsiders like me should not question, nor intervene.
Listen, Mr. Abbott. You only have to tell me where the mailroom is. I need to receive a document from the Thought Bureau right now. Please don't
Hey,
hold me up
calm
in my
down.
duties.
I know you're here to look into that freak, Sean Mendez. To your left, in the room where the lights are still on. Still, pardon me for saying this, but what happened at the Research Institute today was abnormal.
Fellow employees of the large-scale pneumatic device in the mailroom is designated for use. So the memory, we're playing as the character from the beginning, but this is who he was. The question is though, why did they wipe his memories in the first place? According to the telescreen records from the mail and your pneumatic device, you claim that you're receiving a transfer cancel mistake. However, transferred from your current position incur a penalty of 30 social credits.
The clerical office is a mess. I'll have to ask finance for money to cover the repairs.
What's going on here? Python Corporation. Oh, these are like the mail tubes. Are these real? What? What is that guy yapping about?
I'm actually someone pretty important. I might even know you're serious.
Okay. Ooh. Huh? Oh. Recipient ID 8490. That's me. That's our name is 8490. A theft incident occurred. The suspect is Sean Mendez, a clerk from the Institute. Your mission is to search for evidence of the theft at the suspect's workplace, the clerical office, and promptly upload the evidence as a roam agent. Please also investigate the unusual incident in the clerical office. Note: telescreens at the investigation site are now accessible. Okay. So I'm like an investigator. I'm gonna shower. Okay, enjoy your shower.
It looks like an ordinary theft, but I mustn't take it lightly. I'll check out Sean's workplace first.
Mr. Mendez, we will meet at your home. Oh, that's important.
Once you're in there, I can go home and sleep safe and sound. Ah, Mensch. Where did Henry put the umbrella?
For taking bribes. Mistakes and there's a chance I may get a social level promotion. Interesting. If
Perhaps I should take a look at the telescreen.
Yes. Employee disobedient behavior. Unauthorized large-scale pneumatic device. Am I looking? Do I have to zoom in on it or something? Maybe I need more.
Nothing of note here.
Hello, Mina. Let's see what else we got going on. We already read that.
Mr. Abbott? Perhaps he went home. Good timing to take a look upstairs.
Let's take a look upstairs, shall we? Sneak upstairs, take a peek. Shall we take a little cheeky peeky upstairs? I think, yeah. Don't look back. What? Look back where? It's locked. Ooh. I like the sound of the rain hitting the window. That's quite comfortable. Ah. 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 Password. A box of sugar cubes. That is a terrible snack. April 30. I heard they're going to change all the paintings along the corridor. What a pain. Now I won't be able to remember my password by looking at the painting of the clock. Painting of the clock. Painting of the clock.
The wall colors are inconsistent. Looks like a painting used to be hung here.
Painting of the clock.
What was that?
Ooh! What? The frick? We need a flashlight. It is kind of dark. Employee disobedient behavior. It said the code to the room was on the clock, no? So, what is that, 7, 8, 8, 8, 15? Is it 8:15? I think that's 3, 4, wait, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Yeah, that's 8:15, I think. But is it 0815? Oh, sweet. Oh yeah.
something's blocking the other side of the door. I need to find a way around it.
Nice. Open the door.
Those markings look deliberate.
Lipstick with scratches. What is this? Fuse ballpoint pen notebook. Wow. We must be pretty tall if we can jump right into a vent like that. Oh, we need a fuse. Dang. What's wrong?
What on earth happened here?
Hello, Leo. So far, we can tell that our character is tall and he's strong. What? There seems to be a puzzle here.
I should try to get the power back on.
Always has to look for the key to the fuse storage box. Today I told him to give me a key myself. Is this not the key? Yes, it is.
I should try to get the power back on.
I should try to get the power back on. Are you serious? Okay, I think the key goes here. Yeah. Oh la la. See ya, Beth. Hello, Detective Cinny. We're playing a game called Karma Dark World, which...
Nice. All I have to do now is find Shawn Mendes' desk.
Ooh. Shawn Mendes' desk. Isn't Shawn Mendes a singer? Yeah, but this one isn't spelled like that.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Who is this? That didn't help me very much. Guess we'll just have to figure it out. Was the password to the same thing? Wait a minute. Is it 0815? No. Okay. It's a different password. Oh. Password correspondence table. Lipstick. Club, diamond, heart, spade. Club. 6, 8, 4, 3. God, I'm so smart and sexy. Sean, the criminal who sits in the corner, is actually acting... Sean sits in the corner, is acting suspicious ever. Sean is the only one who changes his password first thing every morning. I caught a glimpse of him changing the password to today's date when I pretended to pass by this morning. April 30, 1976. So is it April 30th? Is today's date? What month number is April again? So is it 0430? Yeah, 4, 3. Maybe 30, 04. 0430. Really? Unless maybe it's the year. April 30th. Maybe it's the year 1976. Although, wait, he said he changed the password every morning, so it couldn't be the year. What? Oh wait, this isn't even his desk. Whoops. We're at the wrong desk. This is his desk. What is this?
Well done, Rome Agent. Please turn in all evidence through the pneumatic tube. You will then proceed to interrogate the criminal who betrayed the company. But remember, if I serve...
I will echo.
It's kind of creepy how it knew... Did you see how they knew immediately when I found the evidence? It's kind of creepy how they knew as soon as I picked up the evidence. That means they're always watching, right? Also the fact that her name is Mother is also a little creepy. Like, the fact that they knew immediately as soon as we picked up the evidence means that they're always watching us. And then her name is... Whoa. Why is my screen shaking? What happened? Bye, Renshi.
Stay there!
Emma, thank you so much for the rose.
Where'd he go?
What the? Sean, you're under arrest. What? Who are you? Hello, names. It's this thing again. What? I don't understand this. Ugh. So the yellow button is circle and plus. The green button is cylinder and diamond, but I don't understand what I'm meant to be doing here. Like, what's the end goal? Huh. Whoopsies. What if I just press a random one? Oh. I guessed right. Wow. Cool. Wow, that was good luck. 1 in 4 chance. Today's my birthday. Sean's daughter. Dad bought us beef and we had an awesome dinner. Yeah, I don't care. I hope I can be a scientist like my dad. Grace's room. Oh, is this Sean's daughter? Why are we seeing Sean's family? Is this your family? No, this is Sean's family, not my family. Evelyn, thank you so much for the rose. Oh, whoa. Hello, Channy. Eva, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for all the gifts. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I have to pee. So I'll be right back. Also, Sleepy Vibes, a joke, my bank account balance. Welcome. I'll be right back. Ah, I am back. I am back. I have a cookie from yesterday. I never finished it. Hmm. Hmm. It's less chewy now. It's still chewy, but... Hmm. Hmm? Oh. Huh?
The time is now 9:45 p.m. Concluding test 25. Damn it.
Is that Sean?
What is this? Wow. Oh my. Hello, Riley. What is this? Oh, like a flashlight? Whoa. What the heck? It's goop.
Understood. Professor, is there a way to free his consciousness from that huge body? Just like you and...
Okay. Hello, Jasmine. I still don't know what's happening. Ooh.
Who's there?
What's happening? What's happening? What? Hello. There's someone behind me? What?
What? Me?
What? Whoa. Ooh! Oh! Oh. I'm just doing my job, man. Huh? That's Mother watching us. I don't really know what's going on. Ever since that day, Dad's right leg has been like a cold piece of wood for some reason. He struggles to move around and always needs Mom to help him. What? What happened to his leg? Did we rip it off or did we break it or something? Oh. Hmm. I'm locked in here. What do I do? Oh. The bear's leg is broken. Father teddy bear. So did we break the dad's leg? Hello. Mom hasn't been home for 38 days and Dad always comes home late. Every weekend he makes me stay in my room while he whispers to some weird stranger. I like it when visitors come because they always leave lots of tasty snacks I've never had before. Huh. I know someone who is interested in the black material you used to study at the Institute. See if you can get me some samples. Money is not a problem. I'll drop by in 2 days and we can talk. Okay, so he started running out of money and then... Ooh! Oh. Okay. Okay then. Maybe. Bye, small child. Me, 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 me. Hello, Claire Bear. Welcome. Huh? What? It sends me back. Hello, Chelsea.
Freedom, slavery, ignorance, strength.
Okay.
Strength.
Right, right. Their heads are popping off.
Peace. War.
Okay.
Peace. Freedom. Slavery. Ignorance. Strength.
Okay.
War. Peace.
Okay, that's good. So, right. Oh.
War. Peace. Slavery. Freedom.
That's good, right?
War. Peace. Freedom. Slavery. War. Peace. Freedom. Slavery. Strength. Ignorance.
No, it's ignorance then strength.
War. Peace. Freedom. Slavery. Ignorance. Strength.
Yes. That's one. Oh. Ooh. Hello, Psycho Kitty. What's happening? Oh. Good morning, Leica. I don't know what's happening. Rats. Mom's been gone for 131 days now, and Dad hasn't been home for 3 days. I don't blame him, though. He must have gone to look for Mom. I'm starving. Someone knocked at the door this morning, but Dad told me to never open the door to strangers when he's home. But I'm so hungry. Oh, no. He abandoned her. Regret to inform you, your husband, Sean Mendez, an outstanding employee, was tragically killed while assisting us with an investigation. Oh, what? He's dead. Oh. Whoa.
I'm sorry. None of this should have happened.
What?
What? No!
Ooh.
Ah! My head. What happened? Was I dreaming?
What the?
I need to send the evidence.
What even just happened? Did we maybe see into the future or something? Maybe we saw into the future of what happens when we give the evidence. I thought it was the past.
Done. I need to get back to the Thought Bureau.
But didn't this crime happen recently? So wouldn't... I feel like we were maybe seeing what happens when we get him in trouble, because he... If we're collecting evidence, it means he wasn't like... You know? Bye, Icon. Because if we're collecting evidence, that means he hasn't been like prosecuted yet, right?
The Thought Bureau isn't far from here. I can get there on foot.
Hello, lazy person.
Stay away from us, maggot.
What?
I don't like this. I'm going home.
Okay. What's their problem?
This is the Thought Bureau, ma'am. I order you to open the door.
Announcement. All residents and personnel, please vacate the streets before 2300 hours.
So wait, I can't tell if these people have heads under the TVs or their heads literally are the TVs. Because it's like human from the... I don't sound like a TV though.
Which bastard took the credit for my hard work?
I kind of just want to know how you can even smoke that with a TV head. Hello, Zach. No, it is not Skibbity.
Announcement. Tonight, enemy of the company, former Winston Research Institute clerk Sean Mendez, has been arrested for treason and collaborating with the enemy.
Job.
All credit goes to our brave Rome agent, who will be personally involved in the interrogation of the traitor.
The Thorpe Bureau.
Ooh!
Traitors! For the company.
Well done. Well done.
God bless Leviathan.
For the company. God bless you. Halt. I'm sure your company will do. Stand behind the yellow line. As I serve.
I will echo.
So does this mean I have a TV head too? Yep, we are all prisoners, but some of us are in cells with windows and others without.
Rome Agent 1058. Please report to dive room 3.
To be honest, I just don't know who I am sometimes. I mean, when I dive into their hands, merge with them, those people, my body's obliterated in the blink of an eye, then bam, I'm stuffed into another body. Those smells, those sensations.
Rome Agent 5089. Please report to dive room 6.
This is like some sort of wicked pick-a-card game.
What?
You never know which cards you're going to pick. But here's one thing for sure. They're all the absolute worst. After that, those curses are with you forever.
Hey, calm down.
Rome Agent 8490. Please report to dive room
If I'm like
2.
these guys, I probably have a
Sorry,
TV head.
I know we're not supposed to talk. Please, don't tell Mother, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm like these guys, then I probably have a TV head, no?
Please look at the device, Rome Agent. Please click the screen to begin the psychological assessment. Performing scan. Please wait. 8490. Rome Agent Daniel McGovern.
Huh?
In a dark place, blood seeps from beneath a door.
In a dark place, blood seeps beneath a door. What do we do first? Turn on the lights, open the door, go in, continue diving. Turn on the lights.
Turn on the lights.
When you open the door, you find a citizen lying in a pool of blood.
Investigate the room or the body? Probably don't want to touch the body first, right? Investigate the room.
Investigate the room.
A person who looks identical to you emerges from the dark, holding a blood-stained knife in his hand.
A person who looks like you comes with a knife. Try to communicate.
Try to communicate.
You have passed. Good luck on your missions.
Okay. Now what?
I heard that another Rome agent from Felonies ended up as vegetable after a brain dive yesterday.
That's scary. Thankfully, I only interrogate thieves. The easy stuff.
But they're the ones who really contribute to the company. Any that make it through will be fast-tracked for a social upgrade.
Shh! Someone's coming.
Everyone here has a TV head, so... I feel like I probably have a TV head too.
"1058 is done, but he hasn't finished the interrogation."
What the heck is going on here? Jesus.
Good evening, Daniel.
Good evening, Mother. Mind summarizing the current case for me?
The interrogation subject is Sean Mendez, male, 34 years old, currently a clerk at the Winston Research Institute. The company received a report today claiming that Sean is closely linked to the recent disappearances of numerous confidential research documents. The Thought Bureau sent Rome agent Daniel McGovern to investigate. He found the product of the company's confidential research, a miniature Dasein device, in Sean's desk drawer. Sean's fingerprints are confirmed to be present on the device.
Please analyze the subject's current physical status for me.
Heart rate 150. Breathing rate 60 to 70. Blood pressure 142/86. Increased adrenaline and perspiration also present.
That makes sense.
Begin interrogation.
Initiating contact with subject.
This guy doesn't have a TV helmet on.
Sean Mendez.
Who? Who's there?
A Rome agent from the Thought Bureau. Daniel McGovern.
Rome? What do you want?
Hello, Aminaza.
In response to a report, we investigated your office and found the missing item in your desk.
No, that's impossible. You're mistaken.
We found your fingerprints on the item. Please cooperate and do not try to make excuses.
No, I'm being framed. Just before you arrested me, I got attacked. That monster.
Monster? What do you mean? Sean?
No one believes me. But that monster really exists. That thing, it took my leg. I didn't think it would show up again. I shouldn't have been eavesdropping on them. They must be the ones who let the monster out. Yes, it must be.
Sean, I don't understand what you're saying. Mother, requesting brain dive.
No, wait! No, wait, what are you doing? No.
Memory capture complete.
No. Please, I beg you, I don't want to go through this again. I don't want...
Memory channel established. Stand by for Rome.
Lindsay, thank you for the heart, me. What? Oh. Okay, wait, but this hat is human head sized, not TV head sized. So that would imply that I have a human head.
Begin, Rome.
So then how?
4, 3, 2, 1. Synchronization complete.
Wait, so does that mean everyone else? Huh? What? What is that?
Happy birthday, my child. It can't be. Why is this here?
What's the test subject status?
Performance, as usual.
From now on, I'll deliver the bodies around this time. You'll take them to cold storage.
Understood. Professor, I can feel that his body is still mutating from the Dasein injection.
Dasein? We'll try our best to contain the test subject.
Understood. Professor, is there a way to free his consciousness from that huge body? Just like you and...
No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Whoa. Ooh. What is that thing?
Oh, scheiße. No. No. No, no. No, go away! No!
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah, one of our legs is like broken. We can't even run. Ooh.
Why is the monster here again?
Where are the Christmas lights?
Damn recorder. Why won't they leave me be? Grace. She must be waiting for me at home. I have to get out of here. Grace. Wait for me.
Grace is his daughter. I remember that. Oh no, these Christmas lights aren't on. The frick? There's flowers? To be honest, he's crawling pretty well for someone with a leg that doesn't work. Wasn't it said that he died and left his daughter? Yeah, see, I think that what we were doing was seeing into the future. Because, okay, the thing was, you remember at the beginning of the game when it showed the main character as a child, they did a test on him to see if he could move something with telekinesis or see through cards without touching them. So it seems like there are like people with powers in this game. So maybe our character's power wasn't telekinesis or seeing through a card. Maybe our character's power was seeing into the future. I feel like that would make sense. Because like if it's implied that the people in this game can have powers, maybe what our character was seeing earlier was the future. Are you Sean? No, Sean is the person we're brain diving right now, or whatever. The character we were playing earlier, the main character, his name was Daniel, who was the person who was seeing into the future. So, right now, our character, Daniel, is seeing what Sean saw. Because we're reliving it, I guess. Employees have recently complained that some equipment is malfunctioning. Place any equipment with display issues, such as color signal bars, in the designated disposal area. All that is not working shall be discarded, be it humans or machines. Stay healthy and work hard. Okay, well, that's a bit ominous. I've been seeing a creepy young man around lately. Is he the new intern? Huh. broken TV graveyard. Do we take any broken TVs and put them in there? Let's see what we can find. Hello, Ice. Welcome. I'm good. How are you today? I don't know what he's saying. Oh. Happy holiday. That's what he says. This one? No. We need to put something in there. Oh, is it this? Oh, yeah, it's this. On the third day of Christmas, my true love came to me. What are you eating? I had a little mini donut. What? That's really nice, Ice. Hello, Huang Chi. Hello, Vin.
ever found yourself experiencing the following symptoms? Still exhausted even after having a full night's sleep. That feeling of being completely spent even before the workday ends. Or being so depressed that you lose track of whatever task or project you are working on in the office. Stumbling about your day with your mind in a fog, life seeming like a twisted illusion, leaving you feeling lost and disturbed. Are you worried that these negative emotions are hindering your work performance and overall happiness in life? Are you worried that you are losing your connection to the Paradise community? Do you suspect that your fellow colleagues are just as distracted from work as you are? There is no need to worry. Studies have shown that 72% of...
Sean, I noticed that you are a bit distracted at work lately.
Huh?
Sean, bit of advice. Maybe you should try and freshen up a bit before continuing your work. You need a bit more focus.
And your nerves are once again back in your control. In turn, you become a more productive member of your team. All emotional distractions and lack of enthusiasm disappear. The end result is a very positive frame of mind, allowing you to experience peak performance. 96% of consumers, as well as our clinical trial participants, reported that they experienced improved...
So this bottle makes you work better?
A higher quality of life, greater social interactions due to greater confidence, and many other benefits in addition to these. Your emotions of fear, doubt, misgiving, hatred, and jealousy in life and at work will be lifted and replaced with a calm, serenity, or even forgotten. To immediately enjoy the life-changing benefits of this technological wonder, call this number now to reach our customer service team that are waiting to assist you with your order. Disclaimer: cost-free access to this product is available only to employees of the Leviathan Corporation.
Look, Sean, the bottom line is that your mistakes will be part of your record in this company. Please ensure that you're more careful going forward.
So this blue bottle... Bye, Elio. Hello, Reki. So this blue bottle, it makes you, like, focus in the workplace, I guess?
Have you ever found...
There's something wrong with this. Hello, Rexy. ADHD meds, then? I don't know. Hello, Jack. Hello, Cinder. What the hell?
Yourself experiencing the following symptoms? Still exhausted even after having a full night's sleep.
Give me more happy juice.
Whatever task or project you are working on in the office. Stumbling about your day with your mind in a fog, life seeming like a twisted illusion, leaving you feeling lost.
Oh, we were supposed to not to drink it. Oops.
These negative emotions are hindering your work performance.
Well, what if I like being brainwashed?
In life.
Thank you for the gifts, question marks. Whoa. Whoa. He's brainwashed. He's crazy, cuckoo. Please destroy this document. This drug alters the transmission of monoamine neurotransmitters.
Work you to death, drink drugs to keep working, not allowed to have vacation.
To induce heightened focus and obedience while lowering the sense of fatigue. According to the results of a comparative laboratory study, the blue vial group showed a 38% increase in productivity compared to the control group. It should be noted that this drug has notable side effects, including moderate addiction, and subjects may exhibit anxiety and irritability once the drug is withdrawn. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome home from work, Cinder. Okay, so it's basically like bad. See, you know what? This is why I'm terrified of like antidepressant medication and stuff. Because it's like sometimes I feel sad. Sometimes I feel sad and I'm like, maybe I should go see a therapist or a psychologist. But I feel like if I start antidepressant medication, it's gonna make me reliant on it. And also the side effects, man. There's so many side effects. I do, however, believe that for the people who literally like can't function because of it, I think that those people, it's necessary that they take it. You know what I mean? I feel like only the people whose depression is so bad that they genuinely can't do anything. Good night, Icon.
I really don't like it here. Everyone is fake.
Sounds like the VTuber sphere.
Look at me. I'm a loser. A capital V low-class type of loser.
Oh, relax.
That's simply no hope here at all.
Damn, everyone in there is depresso. Oh. Oh my god, do they actually rip people's heads off and put a TV? Help. Ooh.
It's here. It's here.
What? Oh, this is like claustrophobic. Ooh. Oh. Huh. What? Ooh. Whoa. The wall closed. Oh! Whoa. The room moved. Ooh!
No! No, no! It's here again! Ah! Faster! I must go faster!
Run!
Fuck! My prosthetic! This isn't real. This can't be real.
Oh my.
No, don't kill me. You've already taken one of my legs. What more do you want?
Oh.
I'm begging you. I have a kid. I haven't gotten to say goodbye. Don't kill me.
What?
Scheiße.
Why did he want the cassette?
What was that?
Hello, Blondie. This game is good, but pretty bizarre. Yeah, that's true. It's very... It's like one of those, you can tell, though, whoever made this game has a very creative brain. Oh.
I don't know where to begin. Grace. Oh, my starlight. My radiant moon. My smart, beautiful daughter. I love you more than anything in the world. To the moon and back. But I should have been a better father. I focused too much on my career. I was always gone, leaving early and getting home late. Now you're older, I've let too much time slip by. Time I should have spent with you. Until the accident. I tried to fix everything. I even tried starting over. I tried to become the scientist dad you love and adore. But no one believed me. Everyone was the same. Even your mother. The path gets more and more difficult. It is all messed up. It's clear to me now. This isn't the right path. But it will make our lives better.
Hello, Blondie. Dude, what is this game about? I don't even... Hello, Tired.
Oh, Grace.
Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I have like a general idea.
Now, karma strikes. I can live with the consequences of my choices. But what about you? My precious girl. I don't know who can help us. Or who will trust me. You. Will you help me?
Huh? Me?
Mother, requesting suspension of brain dive.
Whoa.
You saw it too. That thing's real.
Before all this happened, was it the same monster that took your leg?
You see, everyone thinks I'm mad, including me. This monster made me lose my job, my family.
Bye, glucose.
I did something terrible. I feel bitter. But none of that matters now. The only person who believes me turns out to be the Thought Bureau agent interrogating me.
What I saw in your head doesn't show the entire truth. The key to resolving everything lies deeper. Things that I've yet to see. Sean, for your child and for yourself.
Let's make a deal, Agent McGovern. If, I'm saying only if, promise me the Thought Bureau will protect my child from those bastards. Then I'll show you the truth about this monster.
Mother,
this game is very interesting.
I use my authority as a Rome agent to request protection for Grace Mendez.
Request approved. The Thought Bureau has been informed.
Let's begin.
What? Oh. So, I guess, like, this game is kind of hard to understand for someone who doesn't... Well, first of all, if you don't even, like... It's... I guess we live in a world where, like, the Thought Bureau is, like, kind of in charge of everything. And then some people have powers, I guess. At least the way I understand it so far is, because at the beginning of the game, it was pretty... At the beginning of the game, it showed us that clearly we have some sort of power. Or maybe our character doesn't, but they tried to get us to move a block with our mind. So telekinesis is a thing here, and so is, like, X-ray vision. So our character didn't have those powers, but maybe our character can see into the future, maybe? I don't know, but then again, we saw a version of ourselves at the beginning who his memory had been wiped. So now we're seeing into who we were before. Right now what we're watching is the past, because our memory had been wiped, but we'll probably figure out more as we play the game, obviously. Because I'm
begin, Rome.
I kind of like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Synchronization complete.
I'm not really 100% sure what's going on, but it seems very deep and, like, thought-provoking. This seems like a game that's very catered towards people who like deep stuff. So if your attention span is not built for this, you're cooked. This is the recorder that the monster wanted.
This is the EM lab, and this is Technician Sean. It's January 28th, 9:40 p.m. I'm conducting peer review of the energy absorption properties of the new substance, Dasein. After colliding with the rays, Dasein has turned into spherical form, which makes it easier to observe. The test device is functioning as per normal. I'll test using gamma rays of different intensities, preparing for testing.
Okay. Huh?
Executing gamma ray test 1. The ray intensity is normal. The surface of the substance show no obvious reaction. Preparing for test 2. Increasing the gamma ray intensity. The surface of the substance shows irregular distortions after being hit by the energy bodies. I will now make a third adjustment.
Okay. Beep, bop. Boop, bop. Ah.
This time I'll be using a new level of intensity. It seems that Dasein only consumes higher energy bodies. Its size has increased again. I should request a larger vessel to contain it next time. The time is now 9:45 p.m., concluding test 25. Damn it.
What? Oh. I was shocked when I knew this game was made by... Yeah, it is made by an Asian studio. Please hold the button to activate...
I can finally go home to Grace.
Oh.
Professor, all Matchbox members have left. The Dasein supply has been connected to him as well.
Yeah, good. I'm bringing his food to the 33rd floor. If you're at 3304, please open the door for me.
Sure. Unlocking it now.
Apart from me, someone else also studying Dasein. Bodies, Matchbox. What secrets are they hiding?
Oh.
I should see what's going on. I could get praised for reporting it.
Is that body someone's food?
I don't feel so good.
Warning. Dive subject cerebral status unstable.
What's the test subject status?
Dormant, as usual.
From now on, I'll deliver the bodies around this time. You'll take them to cold storage.
Understood. Professor, I can feel that his body is still mutating from the Dasein injection.
Dasein?
We'll try our best to contain the test subject.
Understood. Professor, is there a way to free his consciousness from that huge body? Like you and...
Who's there?
It was the body falling onto the floor.
Why is everyone breathing so dang hard?
I'll think about your suggestion. Remember, call me immediately if something happens, huh?
Thank you, Cinder.
I want to know what they're hiding. If I successfully report them, I could get promoted.
I feel like the breathing is a bit dramatic. It's for dramatic effect, probably.
Hopefully, I can unlock the elevator.
Hello, Jamie. The elevator project directly connected to the matchbox has been completed. This elevator can now connect it to the latest control terminal. Okay. I received my birthday present using the instrument. Card. Yesterday. July 21st. What month number is July again? I forgot.
Lucas, today's July 21st. Your birthday. I'm doing...
7?
well. I don't know if you can hear my voice, but don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
The professor said this method will keep you alive. He doesn't know how long it'll last, but I'll be waiting for the day we're reunited.
Excuse me. Beep-boop, bop-boop, bop.
Gasine, I'm trying to mix this new substance into 30% of the test subject's blood. Lucas's body is slowly regenerating, but it's also undergoing abnormal changes. His body is becoming ever more deformed. It appears to be related to the food he's eaten. Every time I control him, I feel as if a part of me stays within him, or maybe a part of what's inside him stays in me.
Stop. Stop.
Warning. Dive subject showing intense cerebral rejection. Lowering synchronization rate to maintain dive.
Thank you for the blesses. Stop. Bro's digging in him. Twin, where have you been? Oh, shouldn't we have a hazmat suit down here? What's happening exactly? I don't know. Never bring your own ID card. Make sure the door to... Stay by his side when feeding. Do not attempt any physical interaction without any permission. Lucas. Okay, so Lucas is a monster, is a person. I think Lucas is... Whoa. Maybe Lucas is that monster. Hello, Mari. You're not in your head. Yeah, that's true. Oh, up here. Wow, he can jump that high even with a broken leg? Or maybe... Wait, no, this must have been before he lost his leg. Welcome, Mari. How are you? That's probably why he lost his leg. Yeah, maybe. Hello, Wisteria. Welcome. Ooh, an axe. Okay. My confusion is... These bodies all...
I told you to stop!
Oh.
Please, I beg you, stop.
We made a deal. Stop resisting, Sean.
Hello, Channy.
There's no going back. Let me through.
What the hell is that thing?
Oh my. What the...
Verpiss dich! You hear me? I'm telling you to fuck off!
You made a deal!
Get out! Get out of my head!
What's your problem, Sean?
Let me leave so I can be a good father. Give me a chance.
You can! Once this is over, Sean!
Relax, Sean. Let me see. Oh.
Why? Why? Why am I the only one who suffers?
Sean! I need to know what happened!
True.
Please let me go. I want to go home.
Dive subject silent. Cerebral rejection ceased. Restoring synchronization rate.
Oh. So... he's not fighting us anymore. That's good.
I tried transferring Lucas's brain to the test subject, but I failed. The test subject lacks any form of autonomous behavior other than maintaining the basic functions of life. Currently, the test subject relies solely on nutrient fluids for survival. His status is deteriorating. Maybe there's nothing I can do. With the equipment they provide, I can transfer my mind into the test subject and eat on his behalf. For a moment,
Whoa.
I felt as if I could talk to him within the test subject. Though it was vague, I know it's him. His body. He's rotting.
Whoa. What's in here? Oh, that's him.
Warning, dive target Shawn Mendes displaying irreversible brain damage.
Daniel, you promised me. Protect.
Warning, dive target Shawn Mendes showing brain rejection.
Mother, terminate connection.
Termination in progress. Termination counter.
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You liar!
Mother! Where am I?
My head! You lied to me!
Mother!
Will I die?
Take us out of here!
Warning, Shawn Mendes showing brain rejection. Warning, Shawn Mendes showing high intracranial pressure.
Hey, Shawn, look at me. Control yourself. The real you isn't here. Mother! Cut the connection!
Emergency termination activated.
Shawn!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Daniel, I still
Warning,
have a
subject
child.
showing severe brain hemorrhage.
Mother, why are we still here?
I don't want to die. Save me. I don't want to die. Why? Why are you just like the others?
No, Mother, terminate the connection.
Forced connection channel activated.
Mother!
Synchronization successful.
God damn.
Happy birthday, my child. What? No! 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 No!
Warning, subject showing critical brain hemorrhage.
What are you doing? No! 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 Not let me go!
Warning, subject showing unstable and high intracranial pressure. Warning, subject is in hemorrhagic shock.
Oh, that's when he took his leg.
Will you help me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. None of this should have happened.
Hello, Cedric.
Shawn!
Whoa!
Agent McGovern, we notice that you are mentally unstable. Closing window.
What have I done?
Agent McGovern, we need you to answer several questions. How does it feel to embrace someone?
Strange scent, warmth.
Family members.
Father, mother.
Please answer, Agent McGovern.
Father, mother.
Daniel, wake up.
15 minutes before the incident.
Daniel? Come
Coming.
Oh. Bro's head exploded. Okay, so just to recap from my understanding so far, I guess they're trying to they're trying to revive someone using so they injected someone with the black goo, the Desane or whatever, and they're trying to revive someone named Lucas by putting him in there. But at the same time, they can't. The monster basically isn't really the monster isn't really like functional, and they use that brain thing to control the monster. So maybe someone was controlling the monster to get the tape or whatever. Hello, Harlequin. This game's kind of a mindfuck so far.
Father says you can't stop time. But I can stop this train.
Hey, right. You cheeky little bastard. I have one of these in my room, by the way. On my wall. On my wall,
Father
my
hasn't
parents.
spoken to me much since it happened.
I have this
don't
in my
get why
room.
he's
My
mad at
parents
me.
would measure my height as I grew up. You measure it like every year or something. Makes me think of like... Makes me think of when I was younger.
Daniel, what were you doing just now? You know your father's so busy every day. It's rare that we get to spend quality time together like this.
I was drawing and somehow I dozed off. I had a really strange dream. I dreamed I was a Thought Bureau agent. But that's odd. I've always wanted to be a scientist like you.
A scientist, you say? If drawing could help you become a scientist, the whole world would be filled with scientists. The maths tutor I hired will be coming this afternoon. I hope you won't embarrass me with your test score.
I don't want to stay at home. I want to go to school.
Daniel, you know you and...
Is that the tutor?
Shh. Daniel, quick. Go hide in that cupboard.
What's going on?
Now.
Listen to your mother.
Remember, don't come out unless your father or I tell you to.
Wow. Oh. Oh, that's not good.
Room agent 8490, please report to homeroom for the interrogation of suspect Rachel Weiss.
I don't know why, but seeing the seeing the height things on the wall made me sad for a second earlier. I guess it just reminded me of when I was younger and like my dad was not, you know, going through dementia and stuff when he was like himself. I don't know why that got to me. Usually I don't really care.
Good evening, Agent 8490.
Good evening, Miss Vice.
Should I address you as Daniel McGovern? Do you mind, Mr. McGovern?
Looks like you've done your research on me, Miss Vice.
TV, magazines. Music. Homeroom really is an inviting place. But just like this city, it relies on fabricated illusions to keep cowards in the dark.
Ma'am, I'd advise you watch what you say.
Suspect Rachel Weiss, please report to the dive room.
What are you doing?
We are all but lost lambs, are we not? Let's go, Daniel.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna check on my dad real quick. Hey guys, I'm back.
Good. Let's begin then.
Very well.
Rachel Weisz, what is your relationship with Shawn Mendes?
Poor Sean. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He saw something he shouldn't have seen.
According to our investigation, the things that Shawn shouldn't have seen resulted in the loss of his right leg and nearly took his life. What are you and the mastermind behind this trying to hide?
Interesting. Since when did you start being concerned about human lives? Go on then. Do what you do best. Everything you want to know is up here in my head.
Synchronization successful.
Begin, Rome.
Good night, Blondie. Sleep well. Hello, Chewie.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Synchronization complete.
Hello, Brace.
Professor, I messed up.
What happened?
Someone found it. I couldn't stop him.
Who? Who saw it?
Sean. Sean Mendes. He's still lying downstairs. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Should I kill him? He was carrying a recorder. He recorded a vital conversation between us. What if others learn of this?
No. We don't kill. Have you retrieved the recorder?
Hello, Chris. Welcome.
Yes, Professor.
Calm down, Rachel. First, use the ID I gave you to delete all the relevant research data that Lucas has obtained. Then, send me the recorder. I'll take care of the rest.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Hello, Chris. I'm doing okay. How are you? Dane, thank you for the heart me. Subject Lucas, originally human, now an amalgamation of Dasein and human. Physically dead, vital signs maintained by Dasein. Food, human corpses. What are you playing? It's called Karma. Method and objective. Observe and analyze the outcomes and potential effects of Dasein-human amalgamation. To maintain Lucas's vital signs, the subject is regularly fed human corpses, and the consumption is recorded. Okay, so I was right. Basically, they took someone who was dead and put Dasein on it. And it keeps him alive, sorta. That's what I figured. Did I not delete everything? Maybe, Rin. Yeah, maybe. I have no idea. Wait, why am I stuck here? Oh.
Tell me, Rachel, who is the professor you were on the phone with?
Tell me, do you think a glimpse of a memory is the absolute truth? You don't get to choose to see the events that led up to these memories, or what transpired after. They're picked out for you by Mother.
What? Mother! What are you doing to me, Rachel?
Have you ever thought about it? Perhaps even just once given it some serious thought? Just what kind of memories make us the people we are today?
Daniel, time to get up.
I'm an adult now.
I'm making dinner. Give me a hand, would you?
My wisdom tooth is going to come out? Oh, are they taking your wisdom tooth out? Is it just one or all of them? I know that most people end up having to take their wisdom teeth out. That's usually how it works, no? Oh, I think I have a package by my front door. I remember seeing an email. Let me just make sure I grab it. Hello, Katsuna. Let me see what's in here real quick. Oh, GamerSup sent me stuff. That's cool. Thanks, GamerSups. Oh yeah, it's the new Gamer Aid Creatine Plus Hydration thing that they made. Oh, I didn't get food. GamerSup sent me stuff. I'm a little confused about creatine, because creatine, you're supposed to only drink it when you hydrate a lot. So it's a little scary to me. Creatine, you gotta be careful with that stuff. It's good for building muscle or whatever, but you have to drink a lot of water with it. Otherwise, it causes issues.
Hey there, lazy bones. Can you set the table for dinner?
Yeah? Do 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 do.
I've set the table.
Thank you, Daniel.
Now what?
I'm so busy. Be a dear and turn off the radio in the study, would you?
Okay. Done.
I've turned off the radio.
Good boy. My back's been killing me lately. Can you go to my bedroom and get me the painkillers? They're on the nightstand.
Okay. Painkillers. Hello, Leonie. Leonie?
Oh, Daniel, you're such a good boy. Place the painkillers on the kitchen cabinet, won't you?
Okay.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't worry about it. Hey there, lazy bones. Can you set the table for dinner?
What? Didn't I already do that?
I've set the table.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm so busy. Be a dear and turn off the radio in the study, would you?
What? But I already did that. What?
I've turned off the radio.
Good boy. My back's been killing me lately. Can you go to my bedroom and get me the painkillers? They're on the nightstand.
What? Huh. Okay.
Oh, Daniel, you're such a good boy. Place the painkillers on the kitchen cabinet, won't you?
Hello, Nita Ness. Welcome.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't worry about it. Hey there, lazy bones. Can you set the table for dinner?
What?
I've set the table.
Thank you, Daniel.
Uh.
I'm so busy. Be a dear and turn off the radio in the study, would you?
There's something wrong. Explosion. Daniel McGovern. Huh? Oh. We need to find the books. Right?
I've turned off the radio.
Hello,
Good
Skull.
boy.
That's fine.
My back's been killing me lately. Can you go to my bedroom and get me the painkillers? They're on the nightstand.
Oh, wait. Addition operations. Why do we need to inspect a cup? What? Do we just keep doing it?
Oh, Daniel, you're such a good boy. Place the painkillers on the kitchen cabinet, won't you?
Okay.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't worry about it. Hey there, lazy bones. Can you set the table for dinner?
You're killing me. It's repeating. Oh, we have to put them in a specific order. 1984. Is it? Maybe we... Of course it is.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
How did you
lizard,
find out
lizard,
so
lizard,
easily?
Lizard, lizard.
I don't know. I guess I'm just cracked. Hello, Odysseus. Welcome. I guess I'm just smart sometimes. I don't know. D32, D17. Monkeys. Oh, they must have tried this stuff on different things. Hello, Osora. Let's see. Species. Barberry macaque. What the hell is a macaque? Is it a monkey? Is a macaque a type of monkey? Macaque? Hello, Twilight. I think so. Day 1. Desane injection showed no abnormalities after anesthetics worn off. Day 5. D17 showed agitated delirium. Started to bite its arm. Shows sign of self-harm. Day 7. D17 ceased self-harm. Black spots appeared in its eyes, and the subject became very quiet. Day 9. The arm that D17 bit did not heal normally. Instead, it appeared to split into a new limb, which has murine characteristics. D17 was recently fed mice. Day 13. D17 died suddenly without warning. Black liquid flowed from its pupils and mouth. The liquid was later confirmed to be Desane. Okay, so they've tried this stuff on animals as well. So it's clear they tried this stuff on animals, not just people.
Daniel, listen to me. You need to wake up. Open the camera in front of you. Open it.
What?
What is this? Where are you? Why can I hear your voice?
We don't have much time. Do you see that eye? Focus on it. Now, press the shutter button.
Oh? What?
Why does this camera look so weird? I should ask Mother about it.
I don't think you should talk to Mother at all. What? Was there not a door here? Am I tripping? What the? Oh, I see. Oh. Do I also want to use it in here? Whoa.
Yay! My plane flew further than yours.
What?
She won't be able to spy on you now. I should go.
No, wait! Who?
What? Huh? Is that Mother? Oh.
Father will scold us again.
I need to find my mum. Ask her what's going on.
What? The kitchen's gone. Oh. Everywhere there's a drawing of an eye, it looks like.
Mother must be in the kitchen still. I need to get to her.
Everywhere there's a drawing of an eye, there seems to be an actual eye. How am I supposed to get... Ugh. Do I do it from over here, maybe? No, it doesn't look like I can. Can you back up? It doesn't really let me. What the? Oh, I can move with the camera out. I didn't even realize. Cool.
Mum, do you know... Mum?
Food looks good. Coming. Oh my goodness, relax. Ooh! What?
Mum, do you know... Mum?
Well, she's right behind me, isn't she?
Mother?
Maybe I have to flash
Mum,
the eye on the screen.
Do you know... Mum?
I think we're supposed to flash the eye on the screen, maybe? Okay.
Mum, do you know... Mum? Mother?
Mother? Oh. Be a sweet good boy and hand it over. Ah, hell no. She wants me to give her the camera. Look, look. Where is she? Ooh! Okay, so wherever the TV is on, she's looking at it. Because I hate her. Frick you, Mom. What? Wait, she wasn't there. What are we supposed to do? What the frick does that mean? Ooh. Do we have to flash her from the front or something now? Oh! Oh wait, maybe what we have to do is we have to bait her in front of the TV. No? I felt like we had to lure her to the TV, but apparently that is not. That's not the case. Yo, relax. Wait, what do we... Maybe there's something somewhere else. Come on, get distracted by the TV. Oh! Oh! If we stay out of the camera too long, the floor fills up. Hello, Rinka. Come on, get distracted by the TV. There we go.
Why are you loyal to Leviathan? Die! Stay with me forever in this beautiful dream! No, don't!
Oh!
I'm so sorry.
Damn, Mom's got hands.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You psycho! Do you realize what you've done? You killed your own mother!
No, it wasn't real. I have no memory of that woman. She's not my mother.
Pathetic! Look at your tears, you ignorant worshipper of Leviathan!
No, I won't be fooled again. Get out of my head, Rachel!
Yeah, Rachel. Frick you. Hello, Spooky.
Now, it's time for me to look at your memories.
Cardboard? Huh. Oh.
There's no use trying to resist. Let go of those foolish delusions, Rachel.
No, you don't get it. You
What?
don't.
That was a funny looking glory hole. Too bad there wasn't something special waiting for us on the other side. Do 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 do. Is there another eye? Oh my god, guys, I just realized. One eye open when I'm sleeping. One eye.
Put that lousy camera away. You can't use that here. It can't be used. Come over here.
Oh.
Come here.
Who are you?
Hey, you. Give us something good. Our daughter's belongings. Give them to us. Put my diary back together in the room behind me, and you'll find it. And bring it over.
Room behind me. Okay. One eye open when I'm sleeping. What? $5.17. $5.17. $5, 15, 60, 70.
Good afternoon, Miss Vise. I'm from the Winston Research Institute. We've sent many letters to your home address, but have yet to receive a response.
Hello, Viviana. Sorry.
Decline our offer.
What? No, that's what I've always wanted. Forgive me, but could they have been sent to the wrong address?
Hello,
I haven't
Bunny.
received a single
Thanks for the
letter
rose.
from you.
Do not question us. When you've found one of the letters, sign it and send it back to us. However, if you continue to fail to respond, it will be taken to mean that you decline our offer. As spaces are limited, prompt responses are necessary.
Settle down. Okay. Calm down. No need to get so... Relaxation, bro. Hi, Akaria. This isn't a demo. No, this is a real game. Oh, last time I guessed this. Let's see if my luck is good today. You only get one try at this, so we have to guess right or we're cooked. I'm gonna say I'm feeling lucky on... what color? What color do we think is lucky today? Blue! Aww. It wasn't blue. Hello, Elshi. Okay, he said to bring some sort of diary, right? Okay. It's origami. I know, I just didn't feel like guessing. Wait, where? Oh, here.
Stay. You're not to leave.
What is this?
Another one. I'm close to bursting.
Heyo? Ooh! Oh? This one. He sounds like he needs an inhaler. 7:31. I can do that. 7. Sorry for getting sad a little bit earlier, chat. I just care about my dad. What does that mean? Oh.
I can't be free. Even my body doesn't belong to me. Why must it be like this? You're all blood-sucking monsters.
What?
Let's see how far she is along with her chores.
Her chores? What chores? Oh, the room's different.
Let me see if it's all done.
Nothing bad happened, Osora. I just saw something earlier that reminded me of when I was a kid, before my dad had like dementia, you know, when he was himself. And it kind of made me sad. That's all.
What are you crying for? It's already done.
It was as easy as I said it would be.
If you're not happy, take some meds and you'll feel better.
9:43. Okay. 9. Oh wait, that's 8. Okay.
So you've been at home all this time making this?
What?
I mean, the money I spend and the things you do. Always at home. The home you grew up in.
Oh. No. There's another place. It's more colourful there.
Perhaps I should ask your parents to take me to that place. It'll be a lot more interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, perhaps.
What is going on? Whoa. Enjoy your Chipotle.
She dresses like this every night. You know what she does, right?
I heard her family just brought a new TV. She must be raking in the dough.
Hey, sexy. How much you charge?
Whoa! I am no longer...
I saw our department chief following her mum down there.
I see.
Yes, finally.
Hello, Ghosty Bean. I see now that our line of work has changed a bit. That's okay. Honestly, hard times befall people. You know, a lot of people look down on prostitution, but I feel like, you know, if the thing is it's mostly women do it because guys have a hard time finding it, you know? If guys were as sought after as women, they would be they would do it too. But ain't nobody need to pay guys for that. Guys do it for free. Hello, Undertale.
Finally, I can leave this.
Rachel, are you ready? Our guests are arriving soon. Why are you so quiet? What are you doing? Listen, today's guests are all honoured guests. You better look your best, do you hear?
Hello, Cass.
Fuck this family.
Hello, Key Mistress. Don't some men do it for money, though? Not really, dude. The thing is like... I'm gonna be honest. Guys do it for free. And if they're gay guys, they just go on, like, Grindr or whatever and do it for free. Speaking of... This is called
That
Karma
day,
the Dark World, Mistress.
I made an important decision for myself. I'm going to run away from this place. From this home.
Is this a new fit?
Everything's
no,
so
Ghosty,
unfamiliar to me.
What?
I need to change myself and try to accept it.
Whoa.
Try to accept this new world. But this
I'm
new
back.
world,
Sorry, my mom was talking to me.
it's more complex than I thought. I've noticed that everyone here is so busy. Everyone is so disciplined. Their faces are blank. But I should join them. Become one of them. That's what the company wants.
Huh? Box. Good night, Cinder.
Everyone wants to be promoted. Everyone wants higher social status, higher floors. It's the only way for us to do what we want to do. I'm lucky. But at the same time, I deserve it. Because I cherish this opportunity more than any of the others who didn't make the cut. Ever since I arrived here, the professor's been teaching me how to be a better scientist. I'm honored and surprised that he gave me the opportunity to study Dasein. So many extraordinary things can be created with Dasein. Space, time, even life itself.
What?
Dasein in vivo experiment 114 has failed. Subject BALBC lost vital signs 30 minutes after injection. Something's not right. 114 seems to be moving. It's running in an extremely bizarre manner. No, it got out of the quarantine pod. Dasein's very existence is top secret. I must find 114.
Who's 114?
I rush out of the lab and search everywhere. I'm scared. I can't even begin to imagine the consequences.
That's Hubris.
I
Good night,
panic.
Asura.
I avoid looking people in the eye. I'm worried they might sense something's wrong. I'm afraid they'll find out. I'm worried they'll report me and terrified of what the company would do to me.
This visual
I'm going
is
to
crazy.
fail. I'm going to sink deep into the darkness. I'll go back to that filthy, exhausted body. But this time, I was wrong.
I think Daniel's the test subject. That would be interesting.
Where can it be? It was in this room just now.
Hi, are you Miss Weiss?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm busy with something extremely urgent right now.
Sorry to disturb you. You look really flustered. Anything I can do to help?
Flustered? No, but thanks for offering. I don't need anyone's help.
Hey, is this what you're looking for?
114! You found it!
Hello,
sorry.
Wailing.
You're right, I was all over the place just now, but thank you.
Hey, I feel terrible whenever I go back to the lab and...
What can I call you? A name or something? You want to call me a name? Interesting. A name. What would my name be? Ooh, I don't know. Let's see. Name. Ooh. I don't know. I might have a name somewhere, but you might have to look really, really hard to find it. You might have to look very, very hard to find the name. I don't know. It's off the top of my head. Name. No, can't think of it. Guess I just don't have a name.
See that the flowers that were in full bloom the day before have all withered and died. But that's just the way it is. Don't beat yourself up. I'll help you catch the next one that gets away.
Games plus demos might be the name.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you nameless? I must be.
By the way, what are you here for?
Sorry, I forgot to say there's a brand new reagent.
So it's SENZ'S. My name? Oh. You know what? Actually, yeah, I like that. SENZ'S. That's kind of a nice ring to it. Yeah, you know what? Let's say that's my name. Guys, my name is SENZ'S.
Mr. Ebert asked me to get it. By the way, I'm Lucas. I work on the botany
you'd be
lab
like
on
everyone
level
else.
7.
Like all the people
go
I've
with
met
that.
before.
I like
Timid,
that name.
brief, always with a motive. They all came and they all left. He's different. Like a house that smells musty after the rain.
Musty?
But occasionally the sunlight shines on the porch.
I don't think
and the
musty
breeze
is the
blows
right
in,
word to use there.
Constantly trying to sneak into my life. Gradually, the house no longer smells musty. And the sunlight and breeze
Musty?
are still there.
What's your favorite color? Musty. Musty is my favorite color. What in the fuck?
Lucas, where are we?
What?
This is the only garden in the city. I planted it with my assistants. Look, those are irises. They used to be everywhere in the city, but you can't see them anymore.
It's a shame. So many people have never seen these flowers before. If it were possible, I'd fly high into the sky and sprinkle their seeds all over the city, everywhere.
Where am I supposed to go? Bro, I'm a freaking paper airplane, bro. Holy moly.
I believe those seeds would fall on the best soil, on the doorsteps of everyone living in sadness.
I want to stand on the streets, watch as the seeds take root, and grow with them.
Why are your ears so big? Thank you. It's pretty simple. So my ears are based on fennec foxes. If you don't know what a fennec fox looks like, this is what it looks like. As you can see, big ears here, big ears here. Do 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 do. Cool. I know, right?
I believe that when they bloom, people will experience beauty and warmth.
I think that when they bloom, people will definitely leave their jobs. They'll run out of the darkness and enjoy the flowers of freedom and victory together.
What is bro talking about?
I believe, Miss Weiss. I believe every word you say. Whether it is then or now, I'll always be by your side.
I try not to come into contact with him again. I'm worried that one day he'll be utterly disappointed.
What?
I'm trying my best to find her again. I think maybe there are some hidden secrets between us.
Why do I think of him? Why do we continue to enjoy what we have now and imagine a future together?
I feel like something very artistic is happening here.
I try to see her again. Try to spend every day with her. Try to imagine a future with her.
But at that moment, I hesitated. Because he told me he has a plan for the future.
But in that moment, she stopped dead in her tracks. When I told her I have a plan for the future.
I feel like an anime character is about to die.
Leave this place. Leave this city.
Leave this city. I don't dare dream of the future he talked about.
She doesn't want to respond to me about the future I talked about.
These endless feelings of guilt that have burdened me until now.
Why should I impose my path on her? It'll stop us from moving forward. Okay, all this is just me deceiving myself.
And break free from these shackles.
Letting her down. Rachel, I was wrong. You're like the flower of freedom. I shouldn't impose my future on you. Your future, it's up to you.
Hey, Lucas.
This is Lucas.
Do you still remember
Good night, Bixie.
what you said?
Lucas is the guy that was dead.
You said you believe these seeds will fall on the best soil, on the doorsteps of everyone living in sadness. You said
You believe that when they bloom, people will experience beauty and warmth.
What the frick? Hello, Sleepy. Hello, Adrian. Am I? Oh, I'm doing something. What?
You. Only your existence is real. Will disappear in the sands of time until the very last moments. No matter how the sands of time may ravage me, I belong only to you. Because
Here's the thing. I feel like people joining in like later in the stream, they're like, what the fuck is this game? I can confidently tell you, I've been watching this game the whole time. I'm playing it. And I still am saying what the fuck is happening. So it's not the fact that you're late to the stream, it's just this game's kind of a mindfuck.
you, and only you, are eternal in my heart.
What is happening? What? Claire, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, that was a cool transition. I appreciate that, Claire. Thank you so much. So I guess Lucas was her lover and he died, and then she tried to bring him back by putting the fluid in him or whatever.
Rachel.
The fact that we can meet
shiny.
here is a sign that you do indeed have some potential. You saw it all, didn't you? My memories.
Hey, listen up. Rachel, we have to leave this place.
This mother that you all worship, has she made this city any better? If my father hadn't joined the war effort, if he hadn't been a part of Leviathan's attack on this city, he wouldn't be drowning himself in alcohol every day, and he wouldn't have ended up like this. Lucas wouldn't have...
The past cannot be changed. Now, Rachel, you have to take me out of this place and tell me who is the one behind all this.
Join us, Daniel. If you decide to join us, I'll take you to see the one behind all this. I believe in the Professor's plan.
Who is the Professor?
Only he can lead this city to a better future.
What plan?
Say yes. Say you'll join us. Then I'll tell you. Yes. Yes. Say yes to her. Say yes to her. The Professor was wrong about you. Think hard and recall the dirty business you did for them. Don't move from that spot until you have.
Rachel! Mother! Rachel, come out!
She's mine. Mine. With her destiny. Mine.
Jesus.
Our daughter. She will never be free.
So if you're a fennec fox, spelled fennec wrong, where's the tail, huh? Huh, what? You're so right. Where would my tail be as a fennec fox? If there was only somewhere you could see it on the screen somewhere, or I don't know. Where usually are tails on animals? Are they in front? Are they behind? Are they on top? Are they to the side maybe? Where would you find an animal tail? Let me hold on. Let me think about it real quick. I need to put on my thinking cap to think where I would find a tail on an animal with a tail. Is it on the forehead? No, tail. Maybe it would be on their nose? No? Where would the tail be? I don't know. I just can't find it. It's impossible to find.
Come closer, young man. You picked up my daughter's belongings. Give them to me.
We will take you out of here.
Yeah. Okay.
Walk straight ahead. Don't be afraid.
Keep going. Don't look back.
Whoa. Now that is disgusting.
I sense a man is still alive.
Their hearts beat as well.
Look up there.
The hearts.
Huh?
Destroy the tubes, delivering sustenance.
Shut their hearts out.
Eee.
How did you get in here? Who helped you to escape?
Oh. Huh? Is that it?
Here he comes.
You've been discovered.
Whoa.
We've got him under control. The camera. Use that lousy camera of yours.
Use it now. Aim for the middle of the face.
Oh.
Hurry, this way.
Oh, yes. Give us what we want.
Hello, Dando. What am I giving you? Oh, the heart? Are you in hell? We're in the lady's brain. The Rachel lady's head, I guess. I don't know.
Hands. Not for the spots on the floor where there are hands.
We can set you here.
Crawl through. That door will be
Oh.
open to you.
He's a fool.
Whoops, I fell.
Not for the spots on the floor where there are hands. Crawl through.
We can set you here.
Will be able to reach you.
He's a fool.
Game is a tiny bit loud. Just an eensy weensy bit loud, I think.
Ah! Stop! I want to be with him!
How do we...
It's time for a heart.
Huh? Oh! So that's Lucas. Or well, not really, because it's not really him, but you know.
They deserve it for ruining my business. Left.
Oh. Oh. Huh? There we go. Flashed him.
Give me the loot you received, and I'll take you up. That's right. It's only fair.
Do 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 do. That's cute, spooky. I don't think that's unwanted info. It's fine.
Is there no way to escape my parents?
Huh? Oh. I mean, I could just flash him right here. There we go. Yes. Hello, Kenzie. Oh!
Just do what I say,
You were her parents. And her demons inside.
Yeah?
Daniel.
Do we have a choice? I don't think we have a choice. Doesn't look like I have.
You have to hold on. Lucas, don't leave me.
The balloons are festive.
You promised me. Hang in there, Lucas. We're almost there. Hang on.
Rachel, let's go meet your parents. I'm sure our marriage will be even happier if we have their blessings.
Is anyone there? Help me! Somebody!
I'll wait for the good news then. Who are you? What do you want?
I found you. You think you could take my precious daughter
Hello,
without paying?
Jinta.
She's mine.
This is my fault. It's all my fault. No.
Hello, Sean.
Father, listen to me.
Wow,
What are you doing?
did her father kill him?
Die.
Whoa. Did her dad kill him? That's crazy. How often do you stream? I usually stream every day. I try to take Mondays and Tuesdays off just to rest my voice. But I mostly stream daily.
You once said you couldn't live in a world without me. Now I'm the one who can't live without him in my life. We're two souls in a single body. We'll never be apart again, Lucas.
It's all over, Rachel.
I don't have much time left. Truth is over there. Please, let me be with him in our final moments.
Wait, why is she dying? I don't get it.
Why does it have to be me?
Little lamb, there's really no difference between you and me.
What?
Professor, I have a request. I want to transfer all of Lucas's remaining consciousness to me.
Lucas, he has lingered too long at the gate of death. How do you know if his consciousness is still in his body anyway? Huh? Over the years, your body has been paying the price every time you manipulate his body to feed and conduct experiments.
Professor, I can sense him.
I know there's still a part of him suffering in that body. I know you have a way, because you two are alike. You must know something beyond what science can do.
It's against the code of scientists. No, it's against the ethics of humanity. And even if I could, your body might not be able to take it. This is no easy task.
Professor, I'm grateful to you for giving me the chance to realize my dream. And because of that, I found the love of my life here. After what happened, you were the only one willing to help me and Lucas. I know you didn't do it purely out of kindness. There's something you're trying to achieve.
Huh.
All these years, I've never questioned your secrets or your plans because I've always believed in the things you do. But now my body, I don't have much time left. Professor, I beg you, all I want is to be with him in my final moments. I'm a dying pawn. I'll do anything for you in return.
That's a weird wheelchair guy from the beginning, no?
You'll do this for him? Whatever the cost?
Whatever the cost.
All right, then.
Huh? That was a picture of us.
Welcome back, 8490. I have observed for a very long time and have yet to see any images of any memories of you and the suspect. Do you have anything to report?
Fred. Why does Fred have my photo?
8490.
Rachel.
Please answer my question.
Rachel! Mother, please tell me the suspect's life signs.
Suspect Rachel Weiss, brain dead. 8490. Please answer my question.
Mother, everything is normal.
Daniel.
What the frick? What is going on?
Hush, not a sound, no matter what happens.
We received a report. Where are they? Where are the children?
Sir, I assure you, I really don't know what you're talking about.
This is a child's room. You cannot be trusted. How dare you lie to Leviathan? What's that behind you?
Nothing. Really, nothing.
Pull it to the side.
No! No, Daniel! Lisa!
Lisa. Oh, did we have a sister? "90 minutes after Rachel's death." Hi, Spooky.
All of the clues are pointing to Fred Ebert. I must act quickly. The Thought Bureau will surely soon find out the fact that I came here to investigate on my own will.
What? To Douglas, before my new chief Red Winter Ranger has been accepting bribes. Okay. The previous repair worker who came the hands on my wall clock said he would replace them with a new set. Something to do with the wall clock. 4:15. Okay, so we need to do it. I think we need to do it in the correct order, maybe? Photo of Fred. Okay, we need to figure out some sort of code as well. Oh, this must go in that, right here. Mark, thank you for the heart me. How do I go to the newest one? The previous repair worker who came to took the hands of my wall clock, saying he would replace them with a new set, and assured me that he would be at my place in a few hours. It's been over a month and no one has come. Now the phone is not even connecting. I remember he said his name was Julian, but I didn't even want to get close to him. He had a strong smell. If you go to the maintenance department and ask, you should easily find him. By the way, let me know when you have... How long is this game? I don't know. I have no idea. $4:15. 4:15. This one doesn't have time on it. We need to find out that password. 235 305. I don't really see anything that would point towards a code. Hands of my wall clock. Okay, Phaeton. Have fun at work. Maybe we look for the clock that has the same... Maybe we look for the clock that has the same tone as it? Not this one. Unless they're all the same. It's definitely not that one. It might be this one then. No, that's definitely not it. Okay, then it's this one. 2:35? No, wait, they're all different. Wait a minute. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? So is it a math thing? $4.15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, so that double sound is 15 minutes, maybe? Does the double ding mean 15? One, 15, 30, 4. $35? Is it $12.35? Or $1.35? Hmm. $14. Wouldn't it be a number though? No, it's a time, is it not? The book has a number, right? No. Robotnik, thank you for the super chats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the the high-pitched dings are hours. The low-pitched dings are minutes. And then the double-pitched dings, what are those? Two. Yeah, they're 15 minutes. So the double ones are 15 minutes. And then the low pitch ones are 1. Okay. Alright, I understand it. So 1, 15, 30, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 2? Or no, 150? Oh my god. What? That one was tough, dude. Jesus. That was a tough one, bro. Holy moly.
Damn.
Oh.
He's dead. I'm too late. Whoever killed him must be the person behind all of this.
Someone killed him? What? Why? Dear Mr. Mendez, gather sufficient. Damn. So we have to put the pictures in the correct places.
Fred isn't the type to sacrifice his life for others. His achievements even predate the history of this city. Perhaps the purpose of his death is to bury everything? It puts a stop to the whole thing. Now that this road has come to an end.
Oh, I guessed right, looks like. Hello, Yuki. No, not that one.
Sean's story is tragic. After everything that happened, his wife left him once he was demoted to a clerk. Sean's file has several violations for smuggling company assets to the city border, presumably because he has to take care of his 8-year-old daughter. That could be the leverage that killer used against him.
Interesting. Wait.
Rachel is a woman with courage and a mind of her own. As an opponent, I respect her. Her memory is also the reason why I'm back here again. For Lucas, she exchanged the final terms with Fred and that professor. She really trusted them, even if it meant paying with her life. What a pity.
What a pity. What a pity.
Ever since the company first sent me here to investigate, I've just been a passenger along for the ride. The suspects died one after another, and the killer was fully aware of Rome's brain dive operations. But almost every time, the killer intentionally left clues for me, encouraging me to delve ever deeper. I don't know if it's a trap or... But now I can trust no one. Not even the company.
Oh. play it? No.
This should be the professor. This was part of the larger photo in Fred's office, with the words Gold Rush. I've heard of them in the company. A group of elite scientists with a strong connection to the company's origins. If he is one of them,
Yeah.
why did he betray Leviathan and implicate me? I've yet to solve this puzzle. I need to find him next.
Oh.
Home?
Daniel.
What?
Mother? Where are you?
Don't we not have a mother?
Daniel, come. Hurry.
What?
What? What's happening to me?
We don't even
Mother.
have. We don't even have a mom. We're like.
How?
Whoa. Oh my. Ugh. I think I was supposed to run. I was supposed to run earlier. Whoops.
Mother.
Daniel, I'm here. Open the door, Daniel.
We don't even.
How?
Oh. Help. Oh.
Where am I?
You're awake. This is my lab.
What are you gonna do to me?
Do? How about getting to know you?
This is the wheelchair guy.
Like family members who haven't seen each other in years. Let's talk about the past.
What are you talking about?
One is a father who has survived a disaster, lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. The other is a son whose memory has been manipulated.
Is that our
Now
dad?
works as an executioner for the enemy. I'm glad to see that you've grown, son.
What are you saying?
I hope I've not spooked you. This half of my body is useless. If your big sister hadn't been so naughty...
Sister...
Hey!
No, no! What are you saying?
Calm down, young man. You don't have to recall everything all at once.
Who are you?
I'll
What
help
do you want with me? What is that? Ah!
There, it's all right. You must have been here at some point in time, somewhere in the depths of your memory. But Leviathan has altered your brain. These broken images must have made you feel confused at times.
No. Stop.
I know that feeling, Daniel. I know, as it is one of the results of my research. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that Mother would eventually apply what I did for her to my son.
What are you doing?
I'm going to bring you back and help you find your lost memories, Daniel. About the very beginning of this whole plan. I know you have many questions. All right then. You may have realized how Fred and I came to know each other. The fact is, many years ago, we were members of an organization known as Gold Rush. We were sent to this city and created everything here.
Daniel, Leviathan's agent. In 3 days, I will create an opportunity for you to attack someone.
Who?
Shawn Mendes.
Professor, I don't understand. Isn't he the one who...
I will create this opportunity precisely because he has those bad habits.
So I will put that pen recorder in his locker again.
But he's already...
I wouldn't feel sorry for him if I were you.
Shawn Mendes, a smuggler and a thief. He's as much a criminal as the others.
Do I need to kill him?
You just need to create a distraction and take the cassette from him.
I'll contact my people in Leviathan and tell them to bring Daniel here.
Once Daniel learns about what happened between you and Shawn, he'll surely notify the Thought Bureau. Immediately. Don't hesitate. You must go to the Bureau that very night. And turn yourself in. Keep him busy with these crimes, but try not to arouse Mother's suspicion.
Hello, Caden.
Professor, I can do it. As long as it helps your cause. But he's a Thought Bureau agent. If he sees my memory, he'll see you as well. Or is that what you want? For him to come and look for you?
I have faith in my children. They are my future.
So his plan was to get us to look for him.
Wake up.
Daniel, have you really forgotten her?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Who's our sister?
Shh. Don't be scared, my little brother.
Lisa is your sister. That was the very day that our family was forever separated. This is all my fault. Fred and I were studying the Dasein leak that caused both you and Lisa to be infected.
Oh.
Even though your lives were not in danger, Lisa's body underwent some similar changes.
No, Daniel, no, stop. Daniel!
Your soul and Lisa's are interconnected. As long as you are around, Lisa will never lose control.
My child, you must take good care of yourself. Go on, you monster, do it!
Oh.
People like Mother and Fred may never appreciate the significance of the soul.
Whoa. What the fuck?
took you and Lisa.
So that's why he asked. That's why they were trying to see if we had powers.
Remember to wipe his memory clean. I don't want him seeking revenge. Ugh. Why does this place smell so bad? You deserve it.
Oh, no, no. Michelle. I've lost everything.
Interesting.
Father. It's all right, son.
All these years, what have I been doing?
I'm so confused. But then why was Fred working with him again? So how does that work?
Hey. Hey, it's okay. You're back. It's okay now.
Weren't they working together?
I have something to say to you. You need to listen carefully. I have failed in my duty as a father. I failed to protect my family. But as a man, I will not spare anyone who dares destroy our family. That's what I've been doing all these years. You need to protect your sister. You know that, don't you?
I do, Father.
No, you don't. After I've gained control of Fred's brain, I finally understood what Mother is really after. She wants Lisa's power. She wants unlimited freedom, but what she doesn't know is you are the key.
Oh.
Mother can only discover Lisa's secret when you are dead.
The key?
Mother will surely know that you have come to see me. I've thought of countless ways to save you. Countless. One day, she'll find out. But there's a way to stop her.
What?
I don't know how many people will come to investigate your memory. Your brain will continue to degenerate due to their endless probing, and one day, your memory will eventually collapse. I've planted a consciousness virus in your brain. When others come to view this memory, I will devour them, and subsequently all that Leviathan owns. But the most critical link is missing. Daniel, for that virus to work, we need to create a crucial event.
Father?
I've not been a good father, Daniel. The thing I worked my whole life to create is the very thing that destroyed the people I love and destroyed this city.
Father, what are you doing?
I hope my death will create the karma in your brain that can put an end to all this. Kill me, son. You need to kill me. Kill me.
Father.
Do at least one good thing. Be a man. Protect your family. It's all right.
No, why?
This is my
What he just meant,
destiny. Hey, look at you. You're all grown up, kid.
No. I promise you, I will keep the secret safe. I promise you. Keep the secret safe.
Wait, but why did we have to kill them? I don't get. I don't understand why we had to kill him.
What's happened to me?
I'm not crying. You are.
I found you, intruder. I'm going to tear you apart.
Oh my. Is bro laughing? What the fuck? Oh, wow. Ouch. Fuck out of my way.
Please, arms raised, let me
I can't take much more of this.
Hey, hang in there. Focus on what's ahead. You need to concentrate. Leave the rest to me.
Sister? Oh, what is this?
Run! Hurry! He'll be here soon.
What a messed up way to meet your family again, bro. Ooh.
No, this is not his destiny. Father. How about this? Give me some time. Behave yourself, father.
What?
You saved me. Your voice. It's you. The voice in my head. Who are you?
I'm Lisa. Lisa McGovern. Yes, I've been observing you since you entered my brother's head. Time. Do you still have my brother's cassette player?
Yes, I still have it.
Wait, so I thought we are the brother.
Now this is a true classic. Hold my hand, tightly.
What now?
Let's go find my brother.
Hey, you should flip to the other side.
What?
I said this side's done, you should flip to the other side.
No, I want to play it in reverse, babe.
What? I thought we are the brother.
What is this place?
Maybe some kind of hyperdimensional space tunnel? I don't know. I can't even explain it myself. But you must be careful. There are other things here.
Other things? Okay. So what do we do now?
Observe. Find some memories related to my brother. I'll piece them back together. This will help me find him.
Why didn't you show up earlier? Only some intermittent sounds here and there.
I've been gradually regaining my ability as Daniel's condition worsens.
So now you're able to cross over to here.
That's right. I don't think he's going to make it. We need to work harder.
Hey, there's a lot of torn paper and colored pens here.
Let me try. That's right. It's a picture he drew as a child. Father was always yelling at him for drawing. Let's continue.
Do you know me? I mean, the me in the company.
I know you, in all the different times. So I feel safe letting you come into my brother's mind.
So you won't kill me anymore, right?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, keep an eye on our surroundings.
Oh.
I'm not sure if this is what we're looking for. A broken toy train.
Hello, Kimberly.
Let me take a look.
So it's us, but it's like a different version of us, I guess.
His favorite toy. It was always going round and round. You're really good at playing him, you know that? Let's continue.
What do you mean playing him? Who am I?
Whatever you say, boss. So, you're not actually a child, are you?
Oh, my. Why do you company employees always have so many questions? That's right. I'm not a child.
Then why do you look like a child?
Because this is the only image of me that my brother has in his mind. He's unable to build an image of me the way I am in reality.
Wow.
How about this? It looks like a broken camera.
Let me try. My father gave me this when I was in school. He always thought I'd take it with me when I went traveling the world, but I only got to use it a couple times before Daniel snatched it away. He always liked to play hide and seek with me, saying that there was a monster's eyeball behind me that could only be destroyed using the camera.
No wonder.
So you remember at the beginning when we threw away those like bodies that were fake that he was growing? Maybe it means we're a clone.
Lisa, how about this?
A photo.
And like all the other clones were failures, and we were the first clone that worked.
I don't remember who took it, but it's the happiest family photo we ever had. And also the last. Okay, everything's been restored.
What's going to happen next? Why don't you kill me? Like your father said.
Because you're a good person. Whether it's in this space or another space, you're a good person. You just
Maybe
don't
the
know it.
gift wrote.
When all this is over, can I go back?
Yes, when all this is over.
I'll keep the secret safe.
You should know more than I do about how Leviathan operates. If you fail to keep the secret, I'll kill you before it happens. You, in any time, any space. In the past or the future.
Okay.
Shh. Stay right here.
No. No, it's gone. All gone. Oh. All gone.
Daniel?
Do you know who I am?
The old man in the wheelchair was us.
Can you help me look at this?
Hi, Daniel.
Do you know my parents? They're in this photo. But I can no longer see them clearly. Mutter? Ojciec? Mom? I think my mother is calling me. She's calling me to dinner. Do you hear?
Oh, my little brother.
Dad. Dad, I failed to protect her. I didn't keep my promise. I don't want to stay in this lonely castle anymore. I can't take it.
Castle?
Dad, this is the castle. I feel that this world is like a castle, built from countless grains of sand, standing on a beach, covered with clouds, as the black waves continuously beat against it. Every time the waves come, they carry away some of the sand. In this endless eternity, I am the protector of this crumbling castle. The sand is my memories. The castle, ravaged by the waves, is the secret I have guarded all my life. One day, I will be swept into the sea with the last grains of sand. can't hold on much longer. I'm trapped here forever. I will be completely forgotten. Father!
You've done very well, little brother. You've done very well.
But the castle... I want to see the secret again. I will never see it again.
My little brother, trust me, you will see it again, because I'm here with you.
Lisa. Why did you take so long to find me? God. I missed you so much.
Daniel. Let's go home, Daniel.
I still don't even know what the secret is. (1966).
Daniel, Lisa, it's time to eat.
Kids?
Mum, let me help you. Dad?
What is it, Daniel? Hurry up and sit at the table.
Dad, hurry.
Understood.
Oh, she can see him.
Go give him the camera. Go give him the camera. Thank you.
We are a clone. Okay. Wow. That was a beautiful game. See you at midnight. Okay, here I can read a summary of the story. So you guys can understand it. I looked it up. So the entire story unfolds within the manipulated memories and subconscious layers orchestrated by Leviathan's AI like entity mother, powered by a substance called Dasane. So that black stuff powered the AI, the mother AI. Daniel, brainwashed since childhood, believes he's loyally serving Leviathan by investigating suspects like Shawn Mendes. These dives are a ruse designed by Daniel's father to awaken Daniel's suppressed memories. In reality, Leviathan kidnapped Daniel and his sister Lisa as children after killing their mother during an escape attempt. Lisa possesses powerful telekinetic abilities that threaten Mother's control. Oh, okay, so the reason why they turned on him is because his father, because the leak of Dasane gave the child powers. So that's why they even kidnapped them and turned on them. Daniel has been a puppet his whole life. His investigations cause real deaths, and his own mind is repeatedly probed by cloned copies of himself. Daniel has been a puppet his whole life. His investigations cause real deaths, and his own mind is repeatedly probed by clone copies of himself in a cyclical purgatory. An old man figure, an aged Daniel copy, guides him through this loop. The game culminates in Daniel reclaiming a final true memory of his family, achieving brief peace before dying at age 28 in a Dasane-filled tank. His mind fully extracted. His death triggers Lisa's full awakening. She escapes and destroys Leviathan's control, symbolizing the collapse of the oppressive system. The narrative is a surreal metaphorical journey through trauma, guilt, and resistance against fascist mind control with no true reality. Everything is layered deception within Daniel's dying consciousness. What is this? Leviathan Corporation Transition Room. Oh, that's Daniel. Or Lisa? Who is it? Oh no, it's Daniel. No, it's Daniel. So he was powering the company? Containment room.
You have to believe this is not the end. The universe.
Whoa, that was a powerful message. It said, please take off your device and enjoy real life. That's so true, man. Is it a real story? What? It is a story about an AI-powered alien goop real? No. Of course not. Okay. So clones of the brother were made to disrupt the brother. So the brother was being used to like power the whole facility then? So the brother was used to power the whole facility. Sorta? Or... So the brother was using the brother was being used to power the whole facility, and the sister could not break free without Um. Okay, I mean. Sure. Wow. That was an incredibly moving story. Holy shit. That has to be like top. Wow. That was a very moving story. I was not prepared for that, bro. Holy. I really just thought that was gonna be a silly little game. Rate your ears 1 to 10. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? Okay, this is clearly a child. Mods, can we get Vin out of here, bro? This is very clearly a kid. There's no way this is a real person. This is not this is very clearly a child, bro. Motherfucker asked me if this game was real. Motherfucker asked me if this game was real, and then is saying rate your ears 1 to 10 right now. Hello, Jayla. This is very clearly a kid. Get rid of him. That was something. You played this all day? Yeah, I mean, it was fun. Wow. Leave it to Asian writers to make a banger of a game. That was deep. Hello, Subin. I'd probably give this a play myself in the future once I've forgotten the story. That was an amazing game. That was truly. It was incredibly difficult for me to not cry several times throughout that game. That was truly a piece of art. Wow. I'm surprised that is not more popular than it is. Remember when that kid joined your game, Goose Goose Duck? No? What? How was the game's ending? It was... Wow. It was something. Thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous. Massive honkers. What the fuck? 'Twas deep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot deeper than it should have been, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard for me to lock back in after that. Soma, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Dude, that game was so deep. I kind of like threw off my whole like vibe. Holy moly. I was not ready to be fucking slapped. I was not ready for that emotional roller coaster. Holy. We played a game called Karma: The Dark World. Extremely emotional game. Crazy story. Insane. Wow. Interesting. Bro, you will be in tears. The story is... The story is crazy. What would you even call that game? Not an emotional roller coaster, but how would I even describe that game for someone who like hasn't played it? A game that is Game of the Year? No. Mentally and emotionally gaming. Goodness. Psychological horror? Yeah. Story is one of the most emotionally and mentally engaging pieces of content I've ever played. Do. Wow. You know what really pisses me off? The top review for this game The top review for this game is a negative review. I don't really like that. Pisses me off. But why though? So the top review for this game, it says, this in no way is a bad game or story, but I can't recommend it if you're looking for a tight little horror mystery title. I beat the game in about 5 hours and is broken up into 3 acts. Act 1 is amazing, tense, scary, great atmosphere, and interesting setting with a great setup that makes you want to find out what the F is going on. Act 2 and 3 go off the fucking rails. Obviously won't spoil anything, but the entire sequence with a character called Rachel is so bafflingly out of place and takes up so much game time in a game this short. It literally becomes some weird love story completely irrelevant to the game and main plot, and it's so jarring to the atmosphere the game has built up. It took me out of it. Okay, I will actually, to their credit, the Rachel part with like the trees and shit, that was a little weird. I feel like they did linger on Rachel for a long time. Act 3, aka explain the entire plot of the shortest act in about 45 minutes. Not going to talk about it a lot because it's heavy spoilers. I understand and dig the plot, but Lisa somehow basically getting god powers came out of nowhere and is so out of place compared to everything else about the game. The whole thing with the dad is cool and all, but still a lot of weird plot holes passed over in a sentence or two or a single line in the doc. Fred was somehow brain controlled by the dad to work with him after what he did. Dad, half of his body was damaged in an explosion that happened after Lisa's rampage. Why? Just make it so when Lisa rampaged, she was the one who disabled the dad. Just a lot of weird random plot elements that didn't need to be added to the story in general. I still think it was good. I still think it was good. I don't think. Oh, wait. Doot. Hold on. Full price, that's pretty worth, to be honest. $25 for that game. That was worth it, I would say. Yeah, no, that game was amazing. Yeah, I kind of agree with the review on some of the points. I agree that some of the plot points were kind of random. And I do agree that the Rachel part kind of dragged out. It's still one to recommend. Yeah, I think the review is being too... Do. Do. Sorry, I was doing something. Hello, Mika Drink. Let's see. The game implies that Lisa basically can manipulate time and space if she is with her brother. Well, so Lisa and her brother were connected, and they were connected by the desane or whatever. The liquid. There was definitely some plot points that we missed out on for sure. That's for sure. Like there's some things that we definitely could have there's some things that definitely could have been explained a bit better, I will say. I agree with some parts of the review, for sure. Yeah. No, I definitely agree with some parts of the review. But overall, I think the game was beautiful. Hello, Silverfox. There's a virus. Or isn't she more powerful when he died? Yeah, I guess when he died, she became more powerful. Or it, like, woke her up. I mean, the lore kind of implied that she was being contained, and then when he died, she woke up, I guess. There's a story hole with how Desane came about initially. Yeah. Yeah, that's something, I mean, we might have just missed it, to be honest. I don't know how the TV head people came about. I also don't know where Desane came about. Mother lost control of Lisa after Daniel died. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Overall, pretty fun game. I'm glad that we played it. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I was not ready for I was not ready for the emotional roller coaster that was. But you know, I'm happy we played it. I'm happy we played it. I cried too. I miss my mom. Yeah, it kind of made me like sad about my dad. The television set heads are a metaphor for the loss of personality. Oh, that makes sense. So we were kind of imagining those. I kind of thought so, to be honest. To be honest, I don't think we actually got to see the actual reality. I think we saw the reality in their minds. Yeah, that was what was implied, because the whole time Daniel was in that tub. We never got to see real life. We just saw like what we were shown. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think that I have been properly mind-fucked for a night. I do not have it in me to continue to stream today. Yeah. It was kind of a heavy game for me. I'm in a weird emotional state. So I definitely do not think that I can continue today. Unexpected heavy game? Yeah, I yeah, I was not I was not prepared for that. Anyway, I will probably end the live here. I need to do some I need to do some, like, I don't know. I guess, like, I need to do some, like, soul searching and kind of be, like, brooding for a while. Some of the themes in that game kind of hit home with me. So I definitely think I think I'm good for today. I think I am good. Thank you guys so much for... Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go hang out with my parents for a while. But thank you guys for watching today. As always, everyone have an amazing night. And, join the Discord if you haven't already. Follow if you haven't already. You know. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be around tomorrow. Kind of hoping tomorrow's games are more chill, because today was a bit heavy. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, bro.